Welcome, everybody. I'm really hoping you can hear me. So the first partner we really want to be able to say thank you today is to FES. That's the venue that we are being hosted by today. A phenomenal venue with everything technology, which I absolutely love, even though I have no idea how to use it. It's really great to be able to host a hybrid event. So today's particular day one of the summit is a hybrid event. So we do have people signing in from different parts of South Africa, others logging in from different parts of the world. And thank you to everyone who's made the time, as Themba mentioned, to actually be present in the room. Thank you very much to Sandra for being here from Impact Amplifier. Impact Amplifier is our online digital partner. They do phenomenal work supporting entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs around the world. They provide online digital learning, specifically focusing on business skills. So we partnered with them last year to see how we could bring in that part or that element to the workshops that we were hosting. We found that instead of reinventing the wheel and designing your own content and all those things people often do, rather partner with people if that's their specialization. So thanks very much to Impact Amplifier for supporting our vision as Social Impact Africa. We're very excited to have this opportunity to take the content and the expertise that you have as an organization down into the township economy level. Lifetime empowerment, specifically Sicelo. Sicelo is not here with us today. He is an educator. He works full-time in the teaching field. And he's been really incredible through his organization called Lifetime Empowerments. Lifetime Empowerments does networking events out in the Pretoria area. And through their networking events, they do something quite similar, which is where our alignment comes in, is bringing in recognized entrepreneurs to network and collaborate with township-based entrepreneurs, but also amongst each other and themselves as professionals in the entrepreneurship space. So in particular, thank you for Neptal and Emmanuel who have joined us through Lifetime Empowerments Network. We're very happy to have you here today. Digital partner for today who's making the online possible is YUCI. Specifically, thank you to Vimal, who heads up the volunteer-based organization out of India. YUCI stands for Youth United Council of India, and they really work with volunteers in India. As we know, India's got a massive population. If I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere close to 1 billion. They have over 200,000 youth volunteers that work around their programs. Last year, I participated in a children's safety summit. They did a global safety summit. Once again, online, bringing in speakers from around the world, talking around the safety for children, different experts, different expertise, and that was a partnership with you as well. And so they've come on board for this particular event to see how they can drive some support and then see how we can share skills, how we can network, how we can collaborate going forward. Last but not least, to Barlow World. Barlow World has come on board to assist us in terms of our funds required to make this event possible. While certain things have been sponsored, there are other things that are not, as we know. That does not revolve on love and fresh air only. I wish it did. I'm one of those people who love the world to be like that. But the reality is that you need money in the bank, you need bills to be paid, you need people to be providing services. So Barlow World has come on board to support us going forward and possibly looking at a long-term collaboration in terms of what the vision is. And we will take this summit and the type of work. Through their foundation, we have engaged with Vovo. Vovo was meant to be one of our speakers today, but unfortunately, she's not able to make it. She heads up the CSI Foundation portfolio, and she's been amazing, also just trying to see how there may be opportunities for us moving forward. They do a lot of work with township-based social entrepreneurs, but they travel into different parts of the country. Once again, our alignment looking at the same sort of target market, if I can call it that, and seeing how we can create and build this ecosystem. Right. And then last but not least, I just want to tell you a little bit about Social Impact Africa. This is a bit of a soft launch for us as well. We are very much up and coming startup in this particular field. Radhika and myself met in February last year, just about a year ago, and we aligned in our vision of some of the things that we're passionate about, and that was really the birth of our partnership to take things forward. what was started then was us doing workshops together. Radhika's speciality is really content design. So she has already designed quite a bit of curriculum around disruptive design thinking. For myself, working in community, my background is in hospitality environment, but specifically the last 9 years has been the nonprofit sector. I work in the Westbury, Bosmont nuclear area, for any of you that know, about 10 minutes out of Melville, Auckland Park. And as with most communities, we've got all the social ills that you can imagine, like most communities around the country and the continent, everything from the socioeconomic challenges to the more psychosocial support services that are needed. So through the work that I do in community, we run a toy library, we work with early childhood development practitioners, we run play-based learning programs for children all the way up into high school age groups. And that's really where our alignment came, because what I've noticed and what Radhika's also noticed, and that was, you know, the impetus of bringing this project to life. And we were seeing lots of opportunities coming for internships or funding, or opportunities possibly even to travel and become a fellow, but the criteria level is just something that's not accessible at the township space. So part of our workshop process is to take the delegates through an opportunity around educating around what disruptive design is all about, showcasing what it is that the SDGs are all about, Sustainable Development Goals, looking at what that looks like in the global conversation, and then link that back into community-based solutions. So those SDG goals are a great focus for us in terms of a guiding point of what it is as social entrepreneurs we need to be looking at. And what we can say from some of the showcasing that's going to come through later today is that there's some incredible things happening on the ground, and we're really excited to share that with you as well. So with that in mind, I'd like to say welcome to all our delegates that have submitted. We're really, really happy to have you in the room today. Without the social entrepreneur telling his story, we don't have a script. So thank you very much. I know some of you guys were doing this for the first time. They put together 1 2-minute video, so they were working very hard over the last 2 weeks to make sure that they're able to present what they're doing to showcase through the summer. Right, so thank you very much to you guys. And then there's a couple of other people I just want to highlight in the room. Pindam Zalo, thank you very much for being here. Very excited to have you guys on board in terms of the creative industry. Winnie, thank you very much for being here. Winnie is an environmentalist, more than 2 decades in the recycling, upcycling space, wealth of knowledge. She'll be joining one of our panels. Naomi, thank you very much for being here. Naomi is from the Rotary. Is it Northcliffe Rotary? Northcliffe Rotary, the president. Johannesburg East. Johannesburg East, my apologies. Johannesburg East. So she's coming to see what we're all about. Razin, friend of Abdul, thank you very much for being here. Razin is in the event space, and he also has a social platform that they do good in. So we're looking at ways to explore. Last but not least, I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here once again. Our volunteers that have traveled in from Mamelodi, they got a good whipping from Debbie this morning. My background is in hospitality and I work only on the clock. So I needed to get a little firm, but now I've come back into my body. Our violinist, did I see? So there she is. Awesome. It's orange violin, if I'm not mistaken. Wonderful. I can ask you to take a few minutes just to pray, and then we're gonna give you the stage just to do your thing. We believe that there's a huge interconnection between social impact work, working with people on the ground, and the creative space. That's why it was important for us to make sure we've got some entertainment today, storytelling, music, the arts, they plays a pivotal role in storytelling. So welcome to yourself, Orange Violin. I'm very excited to be able to hear you for the first time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Right, thank you very much, Debbie. We are running. It's an oil machine. I would like for everyone who is participating in the media to please be alert. There's going to be very key moments here, right? I'm just kidding. All right. So Debbie, we're gonna be coming back, but also to introduce our panel, because we'll be starting with an interactive session where which I think is the main cause of the event. But first, before that, let me do some housekeeping. You know, in every place where you get in, whether it's a yard, whether it's a household, whether you're coming in a royal space, there are rules. So I would just like to advise everyone to please keep your cell phones on silent or on vibrate, if you may. And the bathrooms are available. Please interact with there are people who can help you to find your way to the bathrooms. All right. And you will be selected during the sessions. You'll be handpicked by the media team so that they can capture the moment with you or give you an interview. All right. So let me also recognize the media team. They are from Tanda Digital. All right. Thank you very much. So after this session, there'll also be a networking session where we meet each other and just do the greeting. And maybe you might find someone here who will endorse your idea, or even a potential friend, who can be, in your wedding if you're not married yet, right? So Debbie, I hope you're ready. The violin first. All right, let's break. All right. We're gonna be moving into entertainment. I think the lady who's gonna be doing the violin is here. Her name is Clementine Mahoma. Calling Abdul to come forth. All right, Abdul.
I greet you one and all with the universal greeting of peace, blessings and mercy. I hope you guys are all okay. I must tell you, I'm excited. I see the ladies are smiling. They say, what am I doing here with a flower? So I want to ask you a question. Firstly, I want to say thank you. I want to firstly thank Debbie and Radhika for making this possible, because if it wasn't through them, I wouldn't have been here. I connected with them a few weeks ago, and then they told me about this event. And they says, would you love to come here? I said, I'm excited. Whatever you guys do, I know they're doing something with impact, and they make a big impact. So I hope, hopefully you're going to be impacted. Are you already excited to be impacted? No, this is what I talk about. I'm not feeling you guys. You guys are saying yes, but you are smiling from ear to ear, because you see I've got a smiley face here and I've got a rose. You guys are smiling, but I'm not sure if you guys are you guys ready to be impacted? Yes. So I want to ask you a question before we bring this awesome musician and the violin. I want to firstly welcome in the house, we have royalty. At the back, and the royalty stand up, the princess and the Royal Bufkeng, the royalty is in the house. Very humble lady. I was last week at Royal Bufkeng Rustenburg, and they were unbelievable and hosted us unbelievably. So when I saw them in the house, I was excited that I'm definitely in the right place. When you got royalty in, you get even more excited. Am I right? I get excited. So when I greeted you, what did you notice about me? Anyone? Did you notice anything? I like interactiveness. I like you to share, so no one's participating. What did you notice? Anyone?
Vibrant.
My vibrant. Look at my face. What did you notice? Anyone? Did you say, ma'am? You see, when you say a smile, see, there's a smile. Here's something for you. Anyone else saw my smile? Yeah. Anyone? Yes, ma'am. Here you go. Here we go. So when you interact with me, engage with me, I give you, what does a smile do? What does a smile do? It makes us happy. It creates impact. It makes a difference. So, and smiling is like giving charity. So what I want to do quickly is a quick activity. I want you to look to the person at the right, look to the person at the left, and say, you have an awesome smile. Now, come on, let's do that. Look at the person at the right. Let me tell you, ladies, we've got a lot more activities like this planned. Remember, the best makeup you can wear is your smile can go a mile. The way you can close the gap is let's smile. So all the people online, I want them to smile and us all smiling. And let's continue. Are the violinists ready? I think they're almost ready to go. The violin is still waiting. I want to tell you a little bit more about the smile. Let me tell you, I create a quotation, and I want to ask you about this. In this time of mental health, when people are so challenged, a smile can be a sword. So use it to impact people. Use it to, what is your logo? What do you bring? What are you coming here today? what have you come here today to do and what are you going to take away? So each one of us surely have a vision, correct? Each one wants us to do something. So do you remember the same person you were smiling at? I want you to tell him why you are here and what is your purpose and what you're going to achieve at the end of today. So the person to the right and the left, or either to the right and left, turn to them, introduce yourself to them, because today is also about networking. Tell them who you are and tell them what is your purpose. And then we're going to hopefully have some music. So share with each other on the right and the left. Tell them who you are. Introduce yourself to the person, Jesse, and introduce yourself to each other.
Yeah, so I think you are representing the let's let come here to the sake of
My name is Ali.
Okay. Quickly, while you guys are engaging. So I like interacting and engaging with you, and I want to ask you a question again. So you engage with people next to you, right? And you understand them. So let me see how focused are you and how you are. So you guys two engage with each other, sir? Not yet. Did you engage with a lady? You with him. Can you tell me a little bit about him? And let's see if she.
I was telling you.
So can you tell us a little bit about her, sir?
She's an artist from Mamelodi. She works with children, taking part in children and bringing them into opportunities where they can travel and learn a lot more about the world around them that they might not have actually experienced, not being brought into the art arena.
Wow, isn't that awesome? To my friend there, Amy, at the background, who's a social entrepreneur who's really brilliant on social. And if you're looking for a social brand and develop your brand, she's really cool. Sir, did you chat to Amy, sir? The sir at the back?
Yes, we chat.
You guys chatted there at the back? What did you say to tell her a little bit about who she is, or you want to share a little bit, sir?
Yeah, she's Refilwe. She's from the realm of administration. So she's in the space of community development, working with vulnerable communities and vulnerable kids.
Awesome, awesome. Anyone else? Did share with anyone else? Sir, did you share with her in front?
Yeah, I spoke to Mvelo.
Vela?
He runs a foundation, and he's definitely looking forward to learning today, to actually also imparting his knowledge on other people.
Awesome. Anyone? One last person? You two were talking to each other? Yes. And what is?
He's social entrepreneur, I think from the south of Dover, and he's in upcycling.
Awesome. Networking is a great platform. Your net worth is developed by you. Don't be afraid to interact with people. Don't be afraid to interact. Here's some brilliant people in the house. You know, take time out. This event is it's about social, you know, connecting with people socially, economically, you know, in different ways, but also important to build your network. Some person here could be the person who could lead you to your dreams, or you could help someone grow their dreams. So use the time and the opportunity to do that. In the meantime, before we do that, in the meantime, we'll have our first dialogue. You want to share a little bit of our first dialogue, and then we can continue, and then we'll come with the violin after that.
All right. We need music because, you know, one philosopher who I believe was a musician, is known to be a musician, Bob Marley, said the one thing about music is that when it hits you, you feel no pain. So I know for sure that when she comes through and she's going to be bringing a musical element, it's going to be great. Today we'll be having a dialogue, and we have, you know, the panelists, the people who will be participating on our panel, who will be taking part in, you know, giving us the content of why are we here and why, what is the things that they've been doing, you know, all along in their careers, because most of them have been participating in impacting, you know, their communities. Most of them have been speakers in their path, and most of them have been very prominent in bringing change. And today's event is about social impact.
So one of the first things we realize is that people don't know what a social entrepreneur is. So that's number one in terms of what we need to achieve through the first discussion. What is a social entrepreneur? What is the role of a social entrepreneur in society, in the economy going forward into the future? So our experts that are coming in, particularly on that topic, are people that work in the entrepreneurship space. Some of them are full-on entrepreneurs that then move into some social entity or social give back. Others are directly involved in the social entrepreneurship development space. That's one of Winnie's specialities. She does that through her organization. I'm not going to give too much description. She can speak much more better for herself on what she does and her expertise. We did have two more ladies joining us, as I mentioned, Bovo, which is from Barlow World, unfortunately called us this morning. She's not able to make it. And then our other guest speaker, Zanele Pakati, she also contacted us yesterday. She cut her hand. So if she can hear us right now in the recordings, we're really sorry to hear that you had an injury yesterday, Zanele. So she's not able to make it today as well. But between the three of us, I'm sure we can give a good bit of input. I certainly know my last 6 to 7 years has been a journey of social entrepreneurship. So we will definitely be able to share some insights about a particular topic or role. And then certainly what we want to make space for is some feedback from the crowd. Everybody present, in questions you have or in additions that you might want to share, that will be part of the first interactive dialogue. So, Emmanuel, can you join us? Winnie, can you join us? Thank you so much. And Amy in the room, sorry, there's some people I haven't met yet. Thanks, Amy.
I had to create and design products that were really sexy for people to want. Because if I had to give you something that's made from waste, you're going to look at it and think, I don't want this. It's somebody's trash. So if I could make it a product that you don't even recognize as being waste and turn it into something that anybody would buy, and then take that product into communities and teach people how to actually make money from it. So I initially started thinking that on a much more of a crafting level, how I can teach people how to make candles or mosaics and that kind of stuff. But when people take their products and make it and then sell it, they don't take the money and reinvest it into mosaics and that kind of thing. They take it and feed their family. So if you can use waste, you can make money from the waste, and then you can use it entirely to feed your family, and you can keep growing that business. So from that, we've basically, our business is developed into a teaching entrepreneurs how to be able to make waste on grassroots levels, you know. So it's not really about big factory machinery. It's about how you can, with a pair of scissors at home in a very small environment, create something that you can actually make money from. And from there, obviously, if you can get it developed into bigger products, you can get investment and you can speed it up with bigger and faster machinery. But for us, it's really about everybody in South Africa actually could create a job for themselves, and they can do that with waste. So we teach them a lot of the design thinking skills and how to actually develop a business and how to go through the whole entrepreneurial process. And that's kind of in a nutshell what we do. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Winnie. And what Winnie didn't mention is that she has an amazing store that I love going to. If you're ever looking for gifts that you want to give back in that context, the entire store is suppliers in her team of entrepreneurs that she's doing. And that's out in the Albertskroon. So we can share details later, but that's how I discovered Winnie, was actually through this amazing products there. Thanks, Winnie. Emmanuel, please. Last but not least, our nose amongst the things today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Bonoko. I'm the founding director of Bonoko Foundation and also Brandscapers Africa. So I had a very interesting journey from the age of 18. When I was still studying towards my becoming in marketing, I formalized my foundation. And I was doing a lot of work within the community around enterprise development. I'm doing a lot of program around people living with disability. I've done a lot of programs around educational development within townships. Coming from a very humbling, a very disadvantaged background. I was raised by a single parent, and for me, it was quite difficult for me sort of to access education. So from a tender age, I had to formalize my foundation, and I was blessed enough that corporate SA, they've really embraced my work that time, where I was working closely to the Sarah Maposa Foundation. So they used to support most of our programs, and also with the support of Bonam Mohali, that time was the Group C of Shell, And, I regard myself at heart as a social entrepreneur, but a professional, I'm a marketer. We continue doing the work. Eventually, actually, before I got my degree, marketing, I got an offer from Investec. And already I had so much impact across Africa. And, so many brands were really embracing the work. And I told myself, there's no way I'm going to go to corporate SA. Then I had to formalize a sort of a profit-making company, as she said, to be more sustainable. Then I went straight in marketing and advertising. Till today, we have built quite a sustainable big company that has employed quite a significant number of young people. And so because of now we're making money, we're able to go back and support, the work that I got so much passion for. As much as, brands and corporate were supporting our foundation work, but there was a limitation of sustainability and there was so much demand in terms of the support on the ground. We have done a lot of, book donation across Africa in partnership with 702 as well. So yeah, that's the work that I do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try to be calm. And here I am. And also I was one of the Forbes 30 under 30, most respected entrepreneurs. I've done a lot of work also across Africa, especially in Nigeria. So yeah, that's a brief about me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Emmanuel. I was gonna say, what Emmanuel didn't say is that he's in the Forbes 30, but you got it in there. Thank you very much. We're really happy to have such a beautifully diverse input through the three speakers, wealth of knowledge and expertise, experts, which was part of the brief for ourselves, bringing people that not often are accessible sometimes to the local based person. So we are recording all these sessions. We hope to be sharing some of this content going forward through the website, through our social media platforms, and really taking what we're talking about today to a broader audience as well. So thanks everyone for your introduction. So we have prepared a couple of questions for you, and we just want to go through briefly through that. Some of it has been covered to an extent, so we might just kind of skim over some of them, but let's see how we go and take it from here. So if you could say any of the SDG goals in your business aligned to, what would that? Yeah, start with you.
Okay, I would say for me, it's because there's an SDG that focuses on equity. That's one, just affording everyone the opportunity to, I'll just leave it blank. But firstly, there's another one again that focuses on accessibility to primary education, just trying to get more people in the education space. So as an entrepreneur, also an educator in this space, I've come to accept the importance of ensuring that we share knowledge, and sharing knowledge might be through a platform called education. Education, sometimes when we hear the word education, we automatically assume a school setting. But I believe that you can be educated through a mentor, through a coach, even through a summit like this. We're sharing knowledge, we're sharing information. So I believe that educating, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, sharing best practices, sharing testimonials, sharing success stories is the very thing that we need for us to grow. If I can know what someone else is doing and how they've done it well, I'm learning. If I can know even someone else's mistakes, I too can know how to avoid them. All right. And I've realized that also education is also an opportunity for us to turn founders of social enterprises into CEOs. Personalities that, as I mentioned when I was introducing myself, that there is actually a strong need for educating social enterprise leaders to think of themselves as managers. It's not just your heart, I believe, that will run an organization. There's also a certain degree where you need to learn right processes, right systems, right resource management, how to manage money, how to build a network, how to advertise, how to market, how to keep records. And that you really, that plus already the heart that exists to impact people. I believe that's the type of organization that we need in this 21st century. So really the SDG, sorry, sorry, that focuses on education and educating people. For me, that is what I stand for as a digital brand strategist and as an educator as well. I believe we really need to, yes, continue to have our hearts focused on impacting people, but at the same time, the heart and the mind, right? Our minds should be so swamped with how to do things in the best way. You know, we need to be able to take the Steve Jobs, the Mark Zuckerberg's type and aggression and hunger towards doing things with excellence and taking over the world, and through that all together with our hearts to really change the world. And then through education, I believe that we can build the best social enterprises that the world has ever been. And most of these social problems will be done and over with.
Awesome. Thank you. I was talking to Moses earlier today around excellence and the team from Mamelodi as well. There you heard from the horse's mouth today. It's a key part of being a social entrepreneur is striving for that excellence. Thank you for that. Yourself, Winnie, in terms of the SDGs?
Yeah, so for me, it's been my life's dream pretty much from starting my business. It's always been about how I can do something that's actually going to benefit the environment and the people around us. So when the SDGs came along 17 years later, I was like, yay, they can't finally understand what I'm talking about. So I think for me, it's really about alleviating poverty and hunger, and also really about how we can make that happen by actually cleaning up the environment. So our water is important, climate change. So pretty much every one of those goals is how we kind of impact on it. Like we don't spend we're not very focused on only water or focused only on different energies. We're focused on in every way that we possibly, everything that we do. If I've got to help an entrepreneur that wants to start a glass manufacturing company, how do you do that in a circular economy kind of way? How do you start with the end in mind? So all the businesses that we've ever done has always been, for me, trying to make sure that we are sustainable and that the environment is protected. And one or two that definitely we don't touch on, but I think that we cover a lot of those.
It's very, very
It's
holistic.
so hard to pick one.
Yeah. There's no way you can pick one. No, I was silently hoping that you guys would recognize that, because I think that's part of what I love about this, is that there's a lot of integration. And if you're focusing on one, you're probably getting into two or three at the same time. It's the basis of working with. Thanks, Winnie. Yourself, Emmanuel?
Okay, from my side, quite diverse. So I think from, our profit-making company, which is Brandscapers, an advertising agency, we are more about creating jobs for so many young people, and also just creating a conducive environment for young people to thrive and become more productive, And I think I've seen, coming from a township, I've seen the struggles of so many young people. There's a lot of misperception that, young people are entitled, young people are lazy. And, we have so many young people that are, hungry for knowledge, are hungry for, opportunities and to be empowered. So over the years, within short space of time, just to, create jobs for young people, but also jobs that are more sustainable, and also, create the flexibility, I always say, I look at how our parents struggled, like as I've said, my mom, she was a domestic worker, and I always say, I want to do better. when I give young people opportunities, I don't want to make them feel as if they're at work. They need to have fun, but at the same time, obviously, they have a mandate. They need to add value to the organization. They need to support us, and let's grow together. So I create that flexibility of young people be able to grow with me, be able to add value, and they feel at home. And we've seen quite a significant, growth over the years. And obviously through our foundation, because I do a lot of work around, people living with disability, enterprise development. That's where also we try to sort of bridge the gap, gender, more of inequality of working with a lot of women, more of inclusion, working with a lot of women. So it's quite diverse, and also we have different approach. But I'm more about also what she spoke about mentorship. Be able to mentor young people as well, to be teachable. So I'm big on mentorship. So most of the programs that I do working with young people, I make sure that young people, they get sort of intense mentorship support structure, and also for them to be teachable, that, despite, your qualifications, you still need to serve. And for me, also my journey, I had to serve, I had to be teachable, despite my qualifications. So today, I'm still serving my community. So also I'm big around mentorship, skills transfer, and just to teach young people that we are the change that we want to see in our communities, and how do we become more accountable and, leverage on some of the collaborations that we have.
Thanks for that, Emmanuel. You've really sort of led into my next question, which was, how do we play our role as social entrepreneurs in the future? And it really speaks to what all of you have already covered around creating jobs, creating opportunities, being a little bit more flexible. The world has changed. The world is changing. It's a continuous process. And so how do we navigate our way through these development of social entrepreneurs and the opportunities that exist there into that future thinking? So maybe just a little word from one or two of you around specifically linked into the sort of future of the working world. I love this, something Winnie mentioned as well around empowering the individual. That speaks to the mentorship side as well. Once you get one person empowered, they can then pass that on to another person, pass it on. And so we start growing, and I call it an army of kindness, where everyone just passes on and helps one more person along the journey. And so we can kind of spread out those kind of initiatives around development and impact. Maybe anything else around future economies, how social entrepreneurs link into that topic.
So for me, I feel like the world has come from that space where everybody was in it for themselves. How can I make money? How can I make my business succeed? And how can I build a better future, for our countries and for our people? And people have very much been about making bigger, better, faster, really. And there was that space in time where people really needed that. We needed to be focused on how can we make trains work and how can we make electricity happen. And so that industrial farm needed to be in place. But what I honestly think is happening now, and I wish that people had understood it all those years ago, is that even in a business that's making money, if we treated the people within that business as our most valuable resource and actually saw them as the business, we would have a lot of those businesses being a lot more successful in the future. And I think we've now started realizing that. And people in every single business in the world, no matter what it is, there is a social aspect to how you run your business. We're all family and we all know each other. We're all humans. We should treat each other as though we are part of a bigger picture. And I think businesses are definitely starting to understand that. No matter what business it is, your resource is the people. And if you can, like there's a saying that says basically, if you want somebody to work for you forever, basically give them all the training in the world that makes them the best person so that they could leave you and join any other company, but make sure that you treat them so well that they never want to. And that's what we should be doing. But I feel like a lot of the businesses in the past were raised very much on the fact that don't give them any information, don't tell them anything, keep them in the dark so that we can keep this information and we can make the money. And, we were scared of sharing information. And I think the biggest thing for us to do going forward as any business is to learn to collaborate and not be scared of sharing information. I think that's the biggest thing.
That's why we're here
So scared.
It's the absolute impetus of that is to recognize that there's enough pie. I think coming from the background of the NPO sector, there is that very much that sort of thinking that there's only such a big pot and we're all fighting for the pot. And so we work from a poverty mindset in how we interact with each other as communities and community to community. Whereas I think social entrepreneurs of the future can really play that role by driving that level of change. Anything from your side, Emmanuel? I saw you making some to add there.
But I just love what she said, especially that now the bottom line is about impact, it's about people. And that's something that also is very close to my heart, especially working with these young people, that let's grow together, let them be part of what I'm doing. It's not only about Emmanuel, but also I think also what helped us over the years also was the power of collaborations. I was blessed enough that I had so many corporates that were really able to sort of use me as a vessel, to go back on the ground and empower so many young people. But also I think our education level, they need to also start to teach young people to, become problem solvers, to be thinkers. That beyond your qualification, what else can you do? How do we solve the problems that we face in our communities? And I think we start there. I look at myself from a township, and I had such a strong mind of starting something that also has sort of outlived me so far, because I've seen the ripple effect and the impact we have made. So I think if we can go back, to really start to engage young people about, social entrepreneurship, the role of coming together, the role of collaborations, and also be able to start where you are with what we have. I mean, I was quite discouraged on my journey, people looking at me that you come from a disadvantaged background, your mother, she's a domestic worker, but you are doing this work, what propelled you to do that, and I never gave up, and, just to see people that also sort of were able to transfer skills, they're doing the same thing is quite encouraging. So I think we need to go back to the, grass level, just really teach young people to be doers. And we are the government, I think sometimes we are waiting for the government to save us, and they're not gonna come anytime to save us.
You're learning this very much the hard way. in South
Absolutely.
Africa, right?
Also, we need to come together, share ideas, and be able to leverage on each other's skills and expertise. And by doing so, definitely we can help our communities.
Thanks for that, Emmanuel. Maybe Ame, I can ask you the next question. In terms of positioning, social entrepreneurs positioning themselves where they are now with what they have, with their basic skills, with their basic resources. So where should they be looking to in the next 2 to 5 years in terms of positioning?
Okay, first of all, I would say that I think we need to understand the world that we live in now. There's a general expectation that things should be faster and things should be visible because it's a noisy world, right? Whether it's online or offline. So in terms of positioning ourselves, I believe that we need to learn how to brand ourselves, to carve a very clear niche and be able to communicate it very well, that this is the impact I want to make. These are the people whose lives I would like to impact. And this is what our organization stands for. I think we need to curate stories appropriately because the world that we live in, if you're not clear and loud enough, you might be missed. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we need to show up online and on the marketing space and communicate and actually tell people what we have been up to. I don't know if it's a stereotype or it's an unfortunate thing that the down part of most social enterprises is that we are able to monitor and evaluate. We can't point easily to the impact that we have made or account for it or report it. And I believe it starts from the fact that at the beginning, we didn't have a clear strategy for positioning and to actually clearly say, these are the variables. These are the key indicators that we're actually making impact. So at the end of a project or at the end of spending the money that we had to use for whatever, it's very sometimes hard to draw a report that's not based on the initial objective or strategies or indicators of impact that we initially set out to be. So positioning ourselves, I believe it starts off with strategy. And also as we are working each and every day, like for example, every one of us here should take a picture and say, I was at a summit, right? When you change someone's life, when you impact a community, each and every part of your project, communicate that clearly. It's not just for your sponsors or for your donors, but you know that you can actually inspire someone else who wants to maybe join your work as a volunteer, or someone else who wants to partner, or someone else who wants to put money in. So in terms of maybe positioning the social enterprise of the future, I'll go back to this. We really, really need to borrow from the entrepreneurship structures and approaches of marketing, branding, positioning, self-promotion, branding, communicating, and let's get the logos. Let's have a marketing strategy. Let's have a social communications plan. Let's have all of that in place because first of all, the world is noisy and things are expected quickly. And for us to be impactful and to position ourselves as professionals with excellence that are able to even compete with the social and this enterprise that are for profit, we really have to position ourselves with excellence and also deliberately talk about what we are doing, communicate it so aggressively, so aggressively that it inspires someone. It gets us a collaboration, it gets us a partnership, it gets us someone to volunteer and to be part of the work. So that's how we really need to do it.
Beautiful, thank you. I think she's taken it, right? She's rounded it all up. So I'm throwing a challenge out based on exactly that. I would like to request or challenge everyone to please share about the summit today. If you're not following us on social media as yet, we are available as Social Impact Africa on Instagram as well as Facebook. We are collating, as I mentioned, some footage which we'll be sharing over the coming weeks. But please tag, hashtag, I know the in thing these days is hashtag. So hashtag Social Impact Africa Changemakers Summit, hashtag social entrepreneurship, hashtag interactive dialogue, any of the things we're talking about today, sustainability, USDGN 2030. We're halfway there, by the way, since 2016. Take another 7 years to go, right? We're halfway since they've instated those. So anything that you want to put into that hashtag, please tag us in on that. And then very, very important is follow these amazing people who have a social media presence. See what they're doing, share that, integrate it into what you're doing. That's free marketing and education we're giving away today, right, guys? Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, so maybe my next question, I know we are running for time. I just need somebody of the team, Latabo, just to keep an eye on the clock for me, please. Maybe if each of you, I had originally said 3 tips, but I'm going to take it to 1. Maybe 2 if you're struggling with 1, right? I'll start with you, Emmanuel, on the far end, is to share with us some tips, particularly for our audience, of things that you've experienced as an entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, that have been particularly an important lesson learned. And you can kind of say somebody that 5 or 10 years from now and say, this is something that really I can say, if I was to give you a poll, this is the poll. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I just love what she said. Especially, I'm a marketer, right? And I think for me, what really helped me to get a lot of buy-in from corporate SA, it was based on how I brand myself as organization. You know, the quality work that I produce. I always say I can't articulate myself, but you know, I let my work speak for itself. So if you check over the years, you know, we have done such a tremendous work and impact. And a lot of corporates, I mean, you know, they will call me that we see the work on the ground, but also how I position myself and also what value can I give to a corporate. She spoke about branding, you know, I believe that also when you run a non-profit organization or a social enterprise, you still need to brand yourself. You still need to have a strong PR presence, you know, for you to align yourself with possible, donors, endorsement. And that for me has really helped me quite a lot. You know, I mean, you know, a couple of years back, also I got a call from Nespas, she's the group CEO. So like, we love the program that you do for women in in rural areas, and how do we come in and support your work, right? So it's all about branding, accountability as well, you know, because of sometimes when we do this work, we don't account, you know, we're just doing for the sake of doing it, but there need to be a clear mandate that is well defined, but also a lot of collaborations on this journey. You'll never do it alone. And for me, I think my success is being based on being able to collaborate a lot with so many young people over the years. And that on its own has really helped us to achieve, you know, a clear mandate. So I think we need to learn to collaborate and be able to leverage on each other's skills and expertise.
Thanks for that, Emmanuel. I think it's such an important mention there, which for me is why I fell in love with disruptive design thinking, is to shake the system and say we need more. It's a key component of disruptive design. We look for opportunities to collaborate. We look for opportunities to create networking opportunities. So that's such a pivotal role. Thank you for highlighting that for us. All right, then maybe Winnie, I'm going to move to you on the next one. Do you believe the world is changing in terms of business? I mean, you've been in this game for quite a while. So in terms of looking into that future lens, do you believe that the world is changing in terms of business? And when we see the challenges that are faced linked into climate, linked into poverty, and the many others around nutrition, all the environmental issues, how can we as creatives, entrepreneurs, the future of the world, provide solutions to some of these challenges? So first, so a bit of a dual question is, do you think the world of business is changing, or the world of economics, so to speak? And do you think that there's a role in how social entrepreneurs are going to participate?
So the world is definitely changing in that aspect, because we all realize that there's a global process. But I think in South Africa specifically, there's a lot of corporate governance and stuff, which is in the beginning forced corporates to change the way they see things. But now that people are forced to have done it, we're actually starting to realize that it's actually there for a really good reason. It's not just somebody came along and said, oh, now you're going to operate your business in this way. It actually made a good impact in the world. And so the companies are starting to actually look at things and go, how can we make a difference? Because people are starting to realize that if you do things in a positive way that makes a difference to somebody else, you end up keeping your staff longer. You end up making a bigger difference. People want to work with you because you actually are making a difference. It's people are just attracted to good. And as good it starts happening, and if you start doing your business in a way that actually is going to make a good impact on somebody else, people are attracted to that. And I really think that businesses are starting to actually totally understand that. People are starting to realize that we are not in the world to actually go to work and get a salary anymore. People are there for what they can get out of their jobs. They want the experience, they want to enjoy life. We're not like coal workers anymore where we just have to go to work. And corporates are starting to realize if we don't start being really nice to the people that you work in and make it a really nice working environment, it's never going to actually be a successful environment. And so on the next part of the question is basically, I think that all of us, every single one of us can make a difference in the world. It's really just about finding about who you are and what makes you tick as a person. And no matter what it is, like some people think, oh, but how can, let's say, skateboarding make a difference? But if you can take skateboarding and say, okay, I can teach kids to do this. Or you can take passion for flowers and you can go and do something that makes a difference in the world where you're not just thinking about yourself. And I think if you really just start thinking about how I can do this for somebody else and not worry about the money. And I understand that money is important, but money actually comes when you take the product first. If you make a difference in somebody's life, money actually follows you. For me, I think that's really.
Thanks for that, Winnie. I think it's such an important part. I think one of the things I also recognize, which is why I fell in love with social entrepreneurship, is that marrying of the business with the social value. How is it making that difference? One person, an entire community, a country, that is the birth of social enterprise. And I think, if we look at the sort of masculine and feminine roles in the world, we've been in a very masculine driven state. Nothing wrong with that, part of that journey, just like the Industrial Revolution. But I think where we're moving to is a little bit more of a feminine state, where it's the softer skills, the care, the nurture, how does this make a difference? And we all have that story because we all have a mom. And if you don't have a mom, you have a grandmom. And if you don't have a grandmom, you have an auntie or a neighbor who was generally an auntie. So, these are the natural feminine qualities that we can bring into our business strategies and taking into the future in terms of that social enterprise thinking and the way in which we do business. All right, I want to wrap it up. So I'm going to ask each of you maybe just another point that you'd like to share that we may not have covered yet, that you want to leave with our audience. You can go ahead.
Okay. I'll end with exposure.
Hashtag.
Exposure. I mean, I'm inspired by my fellow panelists. I've learned something sitting here, and I know after the break, whatever the break, I'll be following up on them. And exposure, expose your brand. Like, just be obsessed about exposing what your brand, expose your work, expose your employees, your volunteers to other people that are doing what is similar to you, but maybe in a bigger scale. That inspires them. Expose yourself to people that need you. Expose yourself on social media through your brand to people that could partner or collaborate or give to you. Just exposure. Like, if you could forget everything I ever said today, exposure, everything exposure. You done something, you feel there's been an impact, you spend money, expose. This is how I spend the money and this is where it went to. Exposure is everything. That's how you really show your heart and your excellence to people around you so that your work can continue to grow. And because we're in the business of actually building people and healing the world, if you expose yourself, you are not just healing, but also you're inspiring the next person. So exposure is everything.
Thanks.
So I totally agree. I totally agree. And I spent 20 years going, I don't want anyone to know about, because I was never that person. And like my little bit of advice to anybody that's starting out any business, and especially with the youth and stuff that we work with, people don't have confidence. They don't have the ability to want to even be on Facebook or put themselves out there. And I really think it's important for people to actually start just believing in themselves and with all of the training and stuff that we do, after all of years of teaching people how to make beautiful products and how to run a business, whatever. The main problem is that people don't have the confidence to say my product, or because it's actually who you are as a person. I am not good enough to even take this product to somebody. And so no matter what it is, if you can't stand up for who you are and actually just really start feeling confident and loving who you are, you don't have to be as amazing and such a great speaker as like my fellow panelists here. I'm like, but you just have to actually trust and know that what you do is making a difference. And start looking at yourself in the mirror and going, you know what, I'm a great person from a very young age. Because I think our biggest challenge in our society today is our people and our whatever just don't feel like they're worthy on this planet. They're not good enough. Not everybody can come out of a township and say, I'm going to make it happen. And I think that's where the main thing is. One other little bit of advice is everybody that possibly can when starting on a journey is I found a book many years ago, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen R. Covey. The best book ever. I promise you that book has changed my life and will always change anybody's life. And they can say, oh, like if you're struggling one day and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do about this, and you just literally open the book on any page and you'll have this wisdom that's unbelievable. And it helps you with self-confidence, with business skills, with everything. It's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Best book ever. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I will say, let's be about work, let's be about, let's be doers. And, people, they buy in what they see, and then Jamie, where I talk less, but I'm more of a doer, I'm on the ground. And most of us, especially as emerging entrepreneurs, we spend time planning, strategizing, and so some degree doesn't help us, but let your board of work, speak on your behalf. And you need to build consistently, so, whether you have, corporates, supporting your work, but people are watching out there, on social media. I had to be on the ground consistently, so, and to really build an exceptional board of work, and eventually you sort of position yourself, for possible, donors, brands to come and support you. So be about the work, let's talk, let's just be about the work.
I like that. I like that. It's all in the doing. Talking after.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to say except a very, very sincere thank you from our side. I think that was incredible. I hope you guys found value in those pearls of wisdom. Moses, I see a nice big smile on your face in the background there, which means he's been enjoying these nuggets. If there's any question, 1 or 2 questions from the floor for our panelists, please let us take that moment now. Yes, ma'am.
So it's not a question, but just a comment. I just think, thank you so much for, for your words of wisdom. I think very, very nice. But for me personally, I just want to say that I've always felt the world of NGO, NPO, so not accessible to me because, that's really not my background. And I think people either just need to find a lot of intellectual people in that space, and that just made you feel like, why are you working? Why are you not making good in the world? So I think it's really refreshing to find the concept of thinking, working from a point of you can actually empower yourself and be a social entrepreneur, because I think a lot of people have stayed away from that and say, yes, I want to make a difference, but how do I do it when I cannot even help myself? So I think in the world we're living in now, there's a juxtaposition of people who wants to be out there in social media and creating this world that is so inaccessible to people and which is also not real, right? And everybody wants to access that world, everybody wants to have that. And how do we then communicate that, you can actually make an impact by just really running your enterprise so well that not only will you benefit from it, but everybody around you will benefit from it, because I think that's the language that people, want to hear. Yeah, so I think what you're saying, a lot of people need to hear it. A lot of young people need to hear it, especially. And I think it's so nice to see that the people who've just struggled, I mean, worked in both fields and understand that you can coexist in both fields and still make a difference. I think that's really just what I want to say.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Let me just stand here. My name is Mufabesi. I came a bit late, but I was online and then I impressed with what everyone is doing. So for me, social entrepreneur, it's, you spoke about the SDG. It pains me that when we get exposure, and I love, seminars like this or things like this, whereby we need to emphasize a lot, especially to the up and coming, on why they should know why they are doing it. So I always say and I'm not at your level, I've heard about you, mentoring work, but it's all about the SDG4, it's all about the NDP. So the question was important to everybody sitting there and then listening online to say, why are you doing it? Other people get frustrated because they just, this is an emotional space, and don't go with emotion because it will knock you. Firstly, read on why alignment, I call it alignment. Align yourself, you are in a global space. And the most important thing I always tell people, you are fighting for a small pie. Everybody's raising their hands, everybody wants to help. But if you go out here and there's nothing that you can actually articulate from the UN Sustainable Development Goals and NDP, because people, they are social entrepreneurs, but they don't know what the NDP is all about. The NDP, you need to extract what is there. But my question is I call you seasonal guys, and then hopefully I don't put in the corner, but Emmanuel, I heard a lot about you. You've done it, you've been around. Yeah, so there's two things, but the question is open to all the panelists, but it can go to Emmanuel. There's what you call monitoring evaluation. There's what you call theory of change. So I've spoken about the Sustainable Development Goals. I've spoken about the NDP. These are the two things that any corporate globally, if none of us can actually do a proper M&E or a theory of change, it is an emotional thing. We're spending time. So can you please share a bit, not in detail, how do you go about doing the monitoring evaluation? Because it's all about impact. There's no impact without M&E. M&E should be there to show impact. Corporates wants to see, and I love the fact that you guys emphasize on the marketing. You need to first put yourself out there, whether it's through LinkedIn. That's why I'm saying I'm more on LinkedIn, because others, I feel like they are more on a plane. So the LinkedIn, that's where you need to put yourself there first. But the monitoring evaluation, that's where I think most, and I speak for people that are up and coming, how can you, in brief, speak about these two in a smaller context? Because just before I close, the M&E, that's where the corporates will want. What systems you have? I mean, there are other people that are starting. I mean, some of the systems you have to buy them. So please share help with these two.
Any volunteers on the panel? I think you're ready for this one. I can maybe just while you can, it's been a big challenge for myself in the NPO sector, 9 years. My mom, founder of our organization, Global Center of Excellence, 18 years. And what we find in South Africa, and I'm always going to refer to the South African context, is people running NPOs or traditionally running the NPOs in South Africa is the gogo, the mama, the auntie. It's from the heart space 100%. There is no concept. I've had this experience with my mom. There is no concept of monitoring and evaluation. So I think part of our recognition that we need to understand when we embrace social entrepreneurship is exactly what was spoken of earlier, where we need to start bringing in some of those other labels or information pieces that are now starting to become part of the reality of taking it forward in the business mind. So that is where there's a lot of development needed. I can say that for myself, working on the ground, recognizing that we need simpler methods to understand what is monitoring and evaluation. Because in the corporate world, monitoring and evaluation is not the same. So corporate, you can go and study 5 years as to be a monitoring and evaluation specialist, and that's what you do for a company that's got 30,000 employees. That's not what we're talking about. So we need to just kind of be clear on that in the context of the social entrepreneur,
what the corporate is looking for, what they're able to deliver on, and the skill set that needs to be developed in order to make that possible. Because they are quite broad and quite different from a corporate brain or corporate environment into what we're talking at community ground up. So maybe just for a bit of context. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to say that as a social enterprise, especially as a leader or as your organization, you need to know yourself to understand sociology, first of all, the behavior of human beings, right? And what makes a human being a healthy human being from all aspects, whether it's occupationally, mentally, mental health, okay? And then after that, you need to just be in the habit of having research as part of your organization. I believe every social entrepreneur, the space that you're saying you are in, gather information. And then now there's the gathering information, and then possibly you develop a project based on the information, maybe a gap of impact that you believe is needed. Now, when the time comes for you to set objectives, you are not looking for objectives, but you have a compelling finding that starts from proper research, methodological practices that are scientifically based, that you just have to immerse yourself in that as a leader. And then now when you have to get to the monitoring and evaluation, because this is the other thing about monitoring and evaluation, which has happened, like most of the publications we have seen, that sometimes you might want to measure impact on whether someone quit smoking or quit drug addiction and whatnot. But what if the big impact wasn't on the addiction, stopping the addiction? What if it's the same father who goes back to the family, rebuilds a family, and now he has 3 kids that are CEOs? So you really need to track, I would call them beneficiary alumni, lifelong. You need to develop systems, because what if the people that you have changed, you're going to see the real impact after 10 years, as opposed to after the project is done, because that's short term. And we know human behavioral transformation doesn't really work out that way. It's not like a 3-month project thing or a year thing. So you really need to embed a research and information-based system within an organization, that you just learn about the people that are in the field that you want to change. And the people that you are focusing on changing with the project, you need to track them lifelong. And you need to have a system. I believe that if you were to go back to the families you have impacted, let's say maybe 7 years ago, 10 years ago, you might find some findings that talking about might actually be more impactful than the report that you gave the bank 7 years ago when the project was completed. So really, you need to be a sociology student, understand people, understand the science, understand how to talk about what is happening in your community, and then just track people lifelong, build systems that for tracking, like what universities do with alumni. How do they know that someone became a university and now they're like, this person went to UJ? They are tracking people. We need to track the families, the communities that we impact, and be on the lookout, because sometimes the impact that we really need to report on might not be on the short term, but on the long term. So learn people, build research, information management system has to be really built in. And then I believe you can have, yes, proper system.
Also, that's fantastic. That's a phenomenal summary in terms of really good wisdom, so to speak, in that. Does that help?
Yeah, can I just add? So when you said the BOGOS, so again, as a social entrepreneur, we must be serial, serial entrepreneurs. And that's why I come back to you, Emmanuel, so I'm not picking up on you. So as part of building, and that's for everyone, because other people don't understand the distinguish between a charity mindset. So we've got that social spectrum whereby you have business spectrum model, where you have from your traditional business, mostly a traditional NPO, traditional NPC. Then you move over to social enterprise, which is what we are here for. And then you go to your NPC, your heroes, all those groups. So in one of the things, and this is not only it's for everyone, I think, and that's my recommendation, the next time, let's invite M&E specialists, because they are available there to help us. And if
you know someone, I need that number.
But the business again, in what Emmanuel is doing, and everybody can actually just presented a problem. What is the problem? The BOGOS, the M&E. So one must develop. So the resource in our mind must be like that, to say, maybe Emmanuel can edit as part of, your mentoring to say, how do I help people? Because the reality is that, and I heard when you talk about business, M&E, it's acquired. Whether you are an NPO, NPC, because nobody's gonna partner with you, gonna fund when you don't have a system in place that talks about M&E. So it's a business
The
opportunity.
question is, how do we solve the problem of the M&E at the grassroots?
That's what I'm saying.
I love it.
As a
I
business.
love it.
So
That's a workshop.
next
Workshop right there. Social Impact Africa is on it. I like that. It's critical. Maybe just one more feedback from Emmanuel.
Yeah, and for me, when I get such platforms, I love to speak from my own practical. Sometimes we come here and lie to people, we are trying to sound smart. And that's why I always explain where I come from in terms of my background, coming from a disadvantaged, township, and where I'm not well exposed to information and I'm not well exposed to, great opportunities. But for me, I was just a young man, and I took upon my shoulders that how do I use my bit of small exposure, to continue to make impact, right? And for me, I was all about the work. And what really helped me, in all honesty, my mentors, I want to give them a credit, I mean, Bonam Mohal being at Shell is quite a very well-exposed business leader, right? YUCI being the CEO of Nespas, so quite an amazing businesswoman. So having such support structure, they were able sort of to edify my board of work and, be able to, have compliance, have structure. And by doing so, corporate SA really embraced my work. So for me, I don't want to lie that I had sort of a proper mandate when I was starting my foundation. I mean, I'm just 18 from Kasi, Kusosha. I'm a young man. My mom, she's not that educated at all. But, I had passion for my community. And also, I've struggled. And I told myself, what can I do with a bit of my exposure, So for me, I was just, about, doing a lot of work and consistently so. And having such well-exposed people like Puti, Puti, she was the group CEO of Shanduga, accompanied by our current president, Cyril Ramaphosa. So she's quite a respected businesswoman and working a lot with the Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation. So having such people, as board of directors, in my foundation, really edified my work, and they were able to help me to put structure and also teach me that, how do you build a movement that is more self-sustainable? So I don't want to lie that I had, all the information, I had compliance, I knew what I was doing, but I had to be about the work and really continuously refine my skills, as I go.
Thanks for that, Emmanuel. So I would love to take, I saw there was at least 3 more hands up there, but I'm going to have to call it for now, guys. There are also, I just want to recognize in the room, there are several questions that have come in from everybody that's on the online. I have requested for Lebogang to screenshot those questions, but I'm very concerned that we're running over time. We've got to move to the next session. What I can pick up for today from our side is that there is lots of room for robust conversation. Sandra, I'm calling on you. I'm calling on all our partners who are present in the room to please recognize the importance of what we're talking about and doing today. This kind of knowledge that's getting shared with whoever's in the room or online, or that can be captured and then shared through critical content is such an important part of today. We are meeting that objective because we've taken a 45-minute slot and turned it into an hour and a half. So my apologies for the run over. Thank you very much to our panelists. If I can ask one of the team from Mamelodi, maybe Moses, is Isaac in the room? Isaac and Moses, if you can come to the front, please. So part of what we're doing is teaching soft skills. Part of what we're doing is engaging our township social entrepreneurs. Part of what we're doing is showcasing youth that are on the move. So I'd like Moses and Isaac to maybe just come and gift our guests with a special gift from us, just to say thank you for their time and their expertise. And this one's a pretty. Just shake it. Okay, and just like that, it's a wrap. I want to keep it moving. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate your input.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again. Give me 3 times. Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. All right, thank you very much. Impeccable, very insightful content that we have received from our special guest who came through. Thank you very much. And right now, actually, I picked up a couple of things that I wrote down because I noticed it's part of the program for us to bring it in summary. And I know for sure some of you have been taking notes, you know, the key things that have been mentioned. I picked up that, you know, you should have love for the people. You should have humanity. So the whole thing, you know, to be a social entrepreneur, you just have to love people, be a human being and have humanity. The power of collaboration, partnership is very key because when you go around the community, you cannot do it alone. You need other young people, you need other stakeholders to partake, and you need to be open-minded, be optimistic beyond negative factors. Sometimes what you do, you get discouraged. There's no money because sometimes non-profit organization, it's self-explanatory. There's no money, but at the end of the day, you have to be very passionate about bringing change, right? And also have courage to raise your hand to lead because not everyone can lead, right? Raise your hand when you see that you're capable and you can actually fill in the gap for you to play the role in your community. I like what Emmanuel said, we are not we are the government. So the definition of a government from school, I understand is the people, right? The people for the people. So it's all about the people. You're a person and together we make the people. So we need to play our role, all of us. Take advantage of the online space. And that's how I think, you know, the algorithm started. You know, have you ever thrown something in a pond of water or in a swimming pool? The ripple effect that happens. Yes. Or let me wrap it up. But at the end of the day, what you have to do is just be passionate and be kind around your community, play your role. All right, we're moving to another segment.
Yes, interactive.
Yes, but problem.
Thank you, Sandra and.
All right, let me introduce Radhika Mia, who will be coming through. Of course, she's holding a PhD in associate faculty and facilitator. She's also the CEO and co-founder of Social Impact Africa, which is the organization that brought us together here. A round of applause to Radhika.
There are two biggest problems that people always face, right? If they need to go to a psychologist or to an advisor or coach, the relationships or money. This time we're not talking about relationships, but we're talking about investment. And that's so critical that how to make your social impact projects ready. How can you actually build a business model coming out of it? What happens normally is that people think if it's a social entrepreneurship, it's the development side, funding, you depend on grants, you write tenders to governments, and then so you're so dependent on the government external factors rather than focusing on your own strengths on how actually make this your project business centric, how you can build a business. So so like these guests here to please introduce. Cheers. Can we start with Nept?
Good morning, everyone. I am Neptal Koza, Head of Market Development at Santam, responsible for stakeholder relations, corporate social investment, also a program that we run in partnership with municipalities called Partnership for Risk and Resilience, so responsible for consumer financial inclusion.
Thanks for the opportunity, Radhika. So I'm Sandra Machete. Good morning, everybody, first of all. So I'm Sandra Machete. I'm a project manager and analyst at Impact Amplifier. I come from a BE, Black Economic Empowerment and Corporate Social Investment Consulting background. I don't know if I should also just talk about what. Yeah, okay. Okay. So at Impact Amplifier, we basically a capital raising advisory firm and also an accelerator, particularly focused on social entrepreneurs like many of you who are here. And a lot of our work is pretty much on the African continent, although the bulk of our work has actually been in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. We've got offices in Cape Town, which is where our head office is, and Johannesburg and Lagos. Apart from the investment hub work and acceleration hub work, we also do a bit of impact assessment. So, I mean, I know earlier in the conversation that we had, saying we can talk about monitoring and evaluation. I think that's also a topic that we understand at RA, so we're really happy to participate in that. And also help develop ethical supply chains. So that's pretty much what we do.
Hi, I'm Jesse Naidu. I've been a social entrepreneur since 2011. It will be our 12th year. Yeah, I'm happy to be here and share with.
So, just how would you define a social?
I think that it's evolved to such a stage that according to many rules in the world now, every single business has to be a social business. It's not a choice anymore. And quite likely said by Winnie and the team on. We were very fortunate a few years ago to meet the Harvard professors in Israel, and they reaffirmed that in business school around the world since 2011, they are not teaching shareholder value anymore. Manifesto. That means you have to take full responsibility for the waste, you have to take full responsibility for the return logistics. It's no choice any longer.
I pretty much agree with what he said, but maybe I'm just going to give a more simplistic, definition as well. I mean, for us, or for me, a social business or a social enterprise in my world is basically any business that has an impact focus. And for us as Impact Amplifier, which are normally just referred as IA, is just any business that's addressing any of the sustainable development goals. So that could be education, health, or any of those 70 SDGs.
Yeah, I think they've succinctly put it, and maybe to expand and some extent agree with what you've said. Previously, I used to work for Capitec, and what I've always said about Capitec was that it was the biggest social impact organization. In that it came into a space where when most people were not financially included. You recall that at the time we had answer accounts and bank accounts. The research that said that a lot of people saved about 20 billion in 2010, and it's true to the impact that was making. So definitely, but also it depends in terms of from what angle is business coming from. So, I mean, people that are just started it as a way of making a change in their communities, right? Then it evolved into a stage where now it will become a social impact sort of business. And I think the context of South Africa, that most of us have been doing it, and it's taking your sister to school and expanding into the whole community. I think later on we'll touch on how do you change that mindset, not to be stuck on that, mindset of helping without necessarily transitioning. But it's definitely, all what you just mentioned, but also depending on what angle it's coming from.
Yeah, I think you said that it's no longer a choice. So I'm guessing that investments in by corporations. We're just also by the fact that we need to meet the sustainability goals and CIs.
Yeah, certainly. So I was talking about the banking sector. So because I've mentioned Capitec, and then someone would think, what about the others? Now, at the time when Capitec came to a space, I think the government was pushing the whole thing of financial inclusion. But at some point, all the banks had to actually do the same thing, to transform the industry, to make sure that more and more people have access to financial products. People can actually be able to get funding to build homes and so on and so forth. So that actually leads to most companies becoming what we call people's-led organizations. Some it's by how they were started, and some are changing because of what is happening. Certainly with the unrest that we've seen in KZN, that has actually driven a lot of companies to then realize that actually problems of the communities are no longer the problems of the NPO sector or the community or government, in that the corporate has got a role to play. And if you look at some research that was done in terms of the trust deficit between government, corporate, and the NPO, then you realize that corporate actually is playing a role because it has gained a bit of confidence and trust from people. Always use an example of, with COVID-19, with the vaccines. Most people would have taken vaccine because their companies have actually advocated for it. So I think the corporate spaces or the corporates are playing a pivotal role, and as a result, there's an increase in terms of funding and investments in space.
And just add so impact after we know very well. With Tana, okay, closely. Just to add to what you said, and to agree with that, it's not that we are doing something different and they are actually transforming. They have no choice. They have to transform their business. Their waste is now not somebody else's problem. It's their problem too, because they created it. So if a product you made, like what's happening in Scandinavian countries as we speak, is that if you built a product, you can return it back to them after finish. So it's their responsibility to get rid of it. Not more yours as the consumer. That's how far it's gone. So that means that a lot of the people that are sitting here have products and services that the corporates actually are waiting for because they need it right now, because they have to transform multi-billion rand business.
So would that need a change in regulations for also?
Absolutely.
Do you think that'll happen?
It is happening. So we're talking about the SDGs now gaining prominence. So now companies have to talk about their commitment to social space, governance space, but also how they improve the SDG, but also the ESG as well, the environment as well, in terms of how they impact the environment, but also not just how they impact, but also how they invest in terms of improving the environment. That's what we refer to.
So sorry, can I make a point just to what you're talking about earlier about with investments? So I'm just going to speak as well. Apart from the corporates, I'm also just going to speak from an investor. So obviously with the corporates, you're obviously seeing like a rise of, like a rise in, companies actually having dedicated CSI budgets for different projects. But I mean, I think also from an investor perspective, what you're finding a huge rise in impact investments, right? So to give you an example, if you look at impact investments, how they've grown over the years, in 2016, at a global level, you had about, over $240 million dedicated towards impact investment, right? And in the last 3 or 4 years, that's kind of almost tripled to around $750 billion, just for social innovations.
And how can a social business or enterprise be made investment ready? Yeah. So I'd used
Yeah, I think from my side, that I was talking about the transition, starting as a caterpillar and becoming a butterfly and eventually becoming a business person. You started it as a passion project, right? Over time, you had a transition. So whereas you were the brand, at some point, you had to create structures that made the foundation to stand alone and to put proper structures in place, making sure that you got proper governance and you put the right people, but also to clarify your vision. So Abdul was standing here. So Abdul, I'm a motivator, I'm an inspirer. So like his story was clear. This is what he does, So it's about clarifying what your business is about. Always talk about the elevator pitch. So if I met you outside and ask you about the business, would you be able to articulate to me within a minute and me to understand it, So it's about articulating that. What is the problem that you're solving? And how do you solve it? And also from a revenue model that you use, how do you generate revenue and how is it sustainable? Do you have prospects for growth? in the next year or two? Are you gonna grow or are you just gonna be stagnant? You know, so I think for me, it's those things that we need to put in place. But the point that you've raised also around having mentors, I think that's very important. So it's a coach, it's a mentor, it's a sponsor. And sometimes we don't look at, I mean, and the difference between the three, and I think that's what the sponsors actually done for you. People who will talk about you in your absence. We'll talk about the work that you do in your absence. But I think that starts with you having built a quality business model that they can actually put their names on to say, you know what, we trust that this person can do it. So I think if you can put the structures in place and clarify your business objective and understanding exactly what it is that you do, I think for me, that will make you ready. And yeah.
So I would like to ask Jess about what he said, like how did you articulate the problem, because you've been there for how did you come about generating a business model? Started with that, it was a passion project. Please lead us, guide us through the process.
So it was totally a passion project. Yeah,
Explain.
okay, so Clothes to Good is this recycler for the fashion industry. When you walk into an H&M store or a Levi's store and recycle your old clothes, they come to us. The fashion industry and many other brands like Tommy Hilfiger, CK, Cape Union Marts companies, many of them will also come across now. They allow you to give back their clothes, and you'll find that the multinationals, the internationals are already there. They already understand that they have to allow their customers to bring back. So they're doing it already here in South Africa like us. But very challenging space in South Africa because we are not in countries. We do not have the structures, have tools and everything that they have because they've been doing it a decade before us. So one of the first ones is social entrepreneur itself. Well, my colleagues here will tell you it doesn't exist. There is no legal entity called a social enterprise. There's a non-profit and a for-profit. Believe it or not, in the 12 years, the funding that we got from international or multinationals, both actually did business with for-profit. Not because they didn't believe the non-profit arm, they wanted both, the non-profit and for-profit, but because there wasn't a formal structure like they used to, their markets, and they were nervous because, of course, our Companies Act is one of the best in the world, regulations are one of the best in the world. It is very easy to do that and not get yourself fired as an executive for another company. You can follow the game. So one of the big challenges for all of us is that we are forced now to have a non-profit and a for-profit until we have a social enterprise, because I never wanted a for-profit and a non-profit. I always wanted a social enterprise. It was very clear. So when we started, we have a very, like you said, absolutely. We had a very clear intention. You know what you wanted to do. We wanted to exit people from poverty. We wanted to include people with disabilities. We worked with Simon and his team with disability and all of the others. The environment's a very difficult thing to do. It's because they have been left out. We talk about a country of change, but we let them out. We include them too. And we, of course, the environment. So, but I would be lying if I said it doesn't. I'd be lying to say structures were that. But it took us 12 years with many mistakes, hard mistakes. I think the corporates have been great because they have giant resources. When they have the same vision as you, and they have the heart as you, they have the resources to help. And I think that's a relationship thing. But we also must be fearless. We often must say no. So if you notice that they don't have the same heart as you, but they just want to do some greenwashing, or they just want something to tick a box for this year's their KPI, you need to walk away. And that's also, that takes a lot of courage. And we've learned that if we don't walk away, we lose a lot of money, we lose a lot of time, and we can also lose credibility.
I mean, I think they kind of touched on it all. You know, yeah, they've kind of spoken about it. But maybe what I can add is just maybe some avenues that are there to help businesses be investment ready. So if you're looking for like maybe like a company that's like really, you know, very, very early stage, you know, maybe they could go through like a business incubation, because then they can house you and help you there. But then if you're a little bit more established, even though it's still early stage, you can come through to like an accelerator like ourselves. You know, you get support from the coaches and mentors. We help, you know, guide you. Like, I mean, like what he mentioned, what we find, you know, with a lot of the entrepreneurs that we work with, many times they cannot articulate what the business actually do. So if you don't know what problem you're trying to solve, how big that problem is, and you know, then you can't expect investors to want to invest in your business. So those things are like real. And I think my advice would be for any obviously an entrepreneur, make sure that you understand your business, be able to articulate it, and be able to then, you know, then have an appropriate solution to that problem. Because if you have a real challenge, that means you also have a real market. Then people can have faith to say, oh, actually your business can actually grow. We can actually scale this.
That answers your advice to aspiring social entrepreneurs that's from townships and rural areas. It does, or do you like to add something more?
It certainly does. I mean, I think there's so much information that we can give. Someone was saying, hey, enough of these shops and all we want is funding. But you know, you always always say that it's always good to be better with the opportunities than to be presented an opportunity and that can actually kill you completely. So yeah, I think the point that I've made about mentors and sponsors, I think that's very important. But also the fact that we come from disadvantaged backgrounds can be an advantage in that we understand the context. So I'm based in Cape Town, right? I was working, but I'm born and raised in Davidson, stayed in a Chwachwa former settlement. So when it was time to discuss CSI things, you know, like people would only tell about what they think is right, air-conditioned boardrooms, but because I understood the context, I was able to articulate the problems better and could really say why I think we need to do things differently. And I think also the point around, and sorry if I'm digressing, but the point that was made around the understanding of the social entrepreneurs also speaks to how we as corporate actually engage such people. Because, you know, when you pitch an idea, first thing that will ask like, and we see your structures, you have a board of trustees and so on and so forth, and how you run a business, it will be slightly different to how NPOs right there. I think we need to understand it as well. But also the last point is for the aspiring entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurs to research the companies or investors that you're trying to, you know, and align your offer to what the organization is. Always say that look for that sweet spot. So there is a society, there's a corporate, and there is one problem that is affecting everyone. And they can use financial illiteracy. If that is a problem that they're trying to solve, definitely the corporate is also trying to solve the same, because they cannot continue assisting a society that is financially illiterate. It's actually not for the sustainability of the financial space. So understand what problems you're trying to solve, and your offer would actually meet with the offering. And don't go to a financial institution to present something that is supposed to be proposed to a mine. You know, match your proposal to the right funders.
Okay, quick point on that. So just going back to the Capitec we started, in 2011, when our micro businesses wanted a bank account, everyone turned them away, besides Capitec, right? Now Capitec has 108 successful micro businesses that they are enjoying because of the decision they made. So the barriers that existed 10 years ago don't exist. That means many people are invited. They can participate. In Close to Good, I think we've invented this over the years, but we have a saying that free is expensive. If you're building your business model on a grant, understand that it's expensive. It's expensive not only for you, but it's expensive for the people you're actually trying to benefit, because you're giving them a hope that you're going to sustain that benefit, but you are lying to them. So this is what the corporates are looking for. They're looking for, so how would we keep it going even when I finish the grant, right? That you're able to use that money to make something that actually works. like when he was doing an upcycling and the real stuff, right? Real goods that they can resell, remake and continue. And that's the reality. Free is expensive. We need to be real. Right?
I'll just mention something else, maybe which is also maybe like something like advice. I think for entrepreneurs, it's also important for you to be able to recognize the opportunities that are actually available to you. I mentioned earlier how we now have obviously a rise like in impact investments, etc. But I mean, I think if you're speaking from an African context in particular, it's also important to know that actually over 30% of impact investments actually focus on Africa. But the challenge is only 15% have actually been deployed. So just understanding those challenges, like the mismatch between what investors are looking for and the opportunities that are actually available in Africa is actually important, because then you can actually see how you can, as an entrepreneur, improve yourself or improve your business model. So some of the challenges, for instance, that maybe investors will be talking about is to why we're having such a low deployment versus the amounts that are actually available for investment in Africa is, first of all, things like maybe a perception, it's a perceived lack of sophistication. So just like, you know, it's not like it's tangible proof. It's just, oh, it's an African business. You just think like, oh, maybe they're not really sophisticated enough for what we're trying to do. And then there's just maybe sometimes just an ignorance about the markets, right? So if somebody else talked about, you know, researching, doing a lot of that, I think it's imperative for social entrepreneurs to make sure that you know what's going on around the world, you know how, you know, what improvements you need to make, things that you need to be able to articulate to investors so you're actually not disadvantaged. And then there's also just other things about cognitive biases or just maybe doubt in terms of, is there actually potential for this business to grow? But I mean, if I'm thinking of a lot of the businesses that are like, you know, township based or rural based, I mean, that's where you actually have the greatest challenges, you know, that are looking for a solution. So, I mean, certainly there's definitely opportunities for your business to grow, but then it's just being able to identify those and then just, you know, and then just being able to articulate things like we mentioned earlier.
I remember to ask the question on what are the various funding opportunities that are available. Okay, that's social. All right, thanks.
So definitely impact investments is one of the biggest thing, and that specifically looks at businesses with both financial returns and social returns. And then obviously you've got those that are more grant-based, where the focus is more impact. But I mean, that's not really this audience, right? Because you're more social entrepreneurs, so you'll be both financial returns and social returns. And apart from impact investments, there's also like you could also get investments in terms of like equity investments. You could also even get like debt investment that could be like soft loans or conventional loans. So soft loans just means you're getting like an interest-free loan, so you don't have to worry. All you need to just pay back is just the principal amount. And conventional loans is obviously where you're paying back the principal amount plus the interest. And then of course you've got the grant investments. And then going back to the equity investments for a lot of like early stage businesses, like particularly social entrepreneurs, they're definitely new investment tools that are coming up. So like your safes, which are basically simple agreements for future equity, because like many times it's difficult to value a business with like very small. So when somebody gives you like when they contribute the money, like the initial investment, they're not really valuing your business until such a time when they can actually value the business, right? And then there are also things like, you know, dividend demands, etc. So those are like just new
So there's also funds that are available right now. I know SAB Foundation, for example, have just launched again every year. They do awesome work. They also give a mixture on, you guys do, they do a lot of grant and also loan, right? Because they very understand if you come from a community, you don't have the equity to back, you don't have the assets to back up what you're doing. So there's a level of grant and then there's a level of it. So please apply for those type of opportunities. They're very real, good funds. And they have experts also backing them up. support you that it is.
So enterprise supply development. But also, I mean, you can take advantage of CSI opportunities that exist, whether it's for CSI, into the financial literacy space, then there's the CFE. And please take advantage of the short-term insurance, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna take advantage and honored to be around you people, especially every time you don't get to meet the heads. So if I don't ask a question, I will regret it. You know, my foundation is focusing on ECD, early childhood development, but again, the integration from the sustainable development. So basically, we spoke about the elevator pitch. I meet a president, and what does the president say to me? What are you all about? I'm like, full ECD, because it's in the National Development Plan. And then you go to the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, it's on the SDG 4, 5, and 8, which obviously gender equality, most of the ECD, I call them mamapreneurs, they are in that space. So and then you go to a decent economic work and on the SDG 8. Most of the unemployed are the ECD graduates. ECD graduates, and it's an education thing. It's the Department of Education challenge. They are on the TVET, they do NQF level 4 to 6. They're not employed. Why are they not employed? Imagine a mama in a crèche can sustain herself and needs to employ that person, because they are getting like monthly stipends of 500 or 800. So meaning mostly from that NQF programs, it's again young women, which are basically not employed. So obviously my system is to actually, what you spoke about the financial literacy, is to actually say, my role as a social entrepreneur, remember I've moved from traditional. Traditional, I was asking for banking funds for everyone, and it's not sustainable as social entrepreneur, because you know, today I come to your company, I say, fund this crèche. So now I'm actually empowering them in terms of the mamapreneurs. I take them through a program that will actually make sure that they are sustainable, they, you know, the governance and because if you want to reach quality education and you want to address the ECD, you are in trouble. But the change agents, who are they? The ECD graduates, because government is moving. I call them crèches where we come from. They want to move. They started with grade RR to mainstream school, but you know that in mainstream school they don't recognize NQF level 4 and 6. So that cycle is a problem. So my question to you says that the investment that we are doing on SMME is quite nice. We appreciate it. But I call them, I'm also an entrepreneur, but I have two heads. As an entrepreneur, we're the most selfish and self-centered people because we don't employ a lot. There's employment in South Africa because the SMME they don't do. But in terms of the NPO, NPC social, I would like your company is the most unregulated. It's one of the spaces that the corporates, and maybe you are covering for all the corporates, they don't invest. So we are in this space, Cons. She spoke about the GOGOs. No company, believe me, that actually take half of the money and put it in the social entrepreneurs or the NPOs. Those are the most people that, if you look at all the big social entrepreneurs, they appoint. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we take the same passion that we have for SMME, invest it? Because we are privileged. I know I can take myself to Gibbs and all those other places. You're not going to change the status quo if we don't invest in the ground's roots. We need to take it to the people.
No, I mean, that's a very good question. Obviously, education related. I know two financial institutions that have sort of revised the strategy to focus on the early childhood. Sanlam is one of those. So Sanlam Foundation, which we are part of. Or Mutual Foundation also has that. That's right, yeah. So I think what you need to just to approach again to, you know, do a research of which companies are focusing on the spaces that you are in.
No, maybe I didn't pose it correctly. So I'm me on that space, I'm corrective. Remember here, I'm speaking on behalf.
Yes.
Because one thing is that I don't speak, I'm privileged. I always speak. So I'm saying companies, yes, they focus on ECD, but they've got First Rand Foundation and all those, they've got requirements to say for you to qualify for this partnership. But I'm saying, and that's what I said to the mamapreneurs, they should be the one. I should empower them so that they take themselves to First Rand Foundation. But nobody's getting to them. Nobody's investing. We've got that void whereby again, the smart entrepreneurs like me will go and speak on our behalf. We're not gonna reach what we wanna reach. So when do the companies say, I've got a program similar to SMME, enterprise development, to say, we're now gonna use people like Emmanuel to go and teach our people, who are our people, the gogos that she spoke about, and there's quite a lot of them, the disabled people. Let's invest in the grounds, and those people are in the villages.
That's a good point, yeah. You wish to.
I just want to put some context for our South African perspective. I think you guys are very aware of this. In 2017, South Africa was assessed against the rest of the world. Over 100 countries participated. Our grade 4s was assessed against other grade 4s. Not only the US and the UK. Where Botswana, etc. Did really bad, right? We came out last in literacy, meaning our grade 4s can't read. We came out third last in literacy, most powerful country. You spoke about, right? So the reality of that, and let me just put that in real terms for that, what that man is doing every day, is that we had a 23-year-old who wanted to be in our business intelligence team to report to the multinationals at M&E level. She could data capture, couldn't cut and paste in Excel, couldn't do it. The therapists in our team, because our team is got therapists that are involved in ECD work, include children with disabilities, ECD. She said, just forget about it. She'll never be in the business intelligence team because she didn't get the fine motor skills and perceptual skills that she could only develop until you're 7 years old. You can't develop it after. You can have, if you have very wealthy person, you have lots of therapy, maybe in a few years you will can't. So that means that more than 50% of our population is not getting the trick because they don't have a good system, is also because they didn't have early childhood development. So that's the reality of our country. So it doesn't matter which company you are, you're an engineering company or you're a bank. If you don't start investing in the early childhood development of our country, you will not have a future because they will never be engineers, they'll never be doctors, they'll never be analysts. So the reality is that everyone's, it's not only on certain companies. Every company is taking this seriously. The presidents and the business have taken this seriously. It is a government imperative. The biggest change that happened in our country, finally, it moved from the Department of Social Development now to Department of Education. But remember, we also have to be realistic that change only happened, what, years ago? Yeah. Right? So you must, your grants is all changed, right? Who do you go to? Where do you get your grant? So we're going through a giant change. I think at the end of this change will be a positive one. We work with Dipslut with 148 creches with the First Rand Foundation. 7,600 vulnerable children. Inside there, we found 539 children. Yeah. And that's how big the problem is. That's a small space like Dipslut. What do you think is happening in Soweto? What do you think is happening in Alexandra?
Just to add on that, because I think, I hope I'm understanding your question, is that there are various elements of it, and one of those could be capacity building.
You answered me. Answered me.
So that is part of the strategy, because you spoke about a theory of change. The theory of change has got different pathways, and one of the pathways is that we should enable them to get funding.
Thank you so much. And we need to. If you have further questions, you can do it.
And the ladies one. Okay.
Every time you have to bring up with flip tops. Challenge.
Right, let me present her with Please, thank you very much. Now we move into a segment where it will be presented by a world famous Brazilian social entrepreneur, Marcelo Rocha, aka DJ Bola. Will be coming, of course, he will be digital. I think he's waiting for us. He will be presenting Make Money or Change the World. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ Bola.
Olá, tudo bem com vocês?
Here
Good
we
morning.
go. Como estás?
Olá, tudo bem?
Tudo bem?
Vocês me ouvem?
Just waiting for your interpreter, DJ Bola. I'm not sure what that means. If you can understand us in English at the stage.
Dia. Hello,
Como
hello
estás?
everyone.
Bienvenido.
I'm doing great.
So Berta, we're really handing this part over to you right now. You are helping us to interpret on behalf of DJ Bola. He's going to be sharing some information with us, so you guys can take it in whatever way that you need to, and then we continue from there.
Yes, okay.
Olá, Berta.
Bom dia, DJ Bola. Olá,
Tudo muito prazer.
prazer é todo meu.
Você que já posso seguir, me orienta um pouco de como que já posso seguir. Se tem que pode seguir, já tá valendo?
Já. Tá valendo.
Eu falo por um tempo e você traduz, é isso?
É isso.
Tá ótimo. Então, primeiramente, estou muito feliz de estar aqui com vocês, em poder compartilhar um pouco da minha jornada, da minha luta aqui no Brasil.
I am really grateful for being here and share all my journey with you from Brazil.
Meu nome é Marcelo, mas vocês me chamem de DJ Bola. Eu tenho 42 anos, sou pai de 3 crianças, moro com a minha companheira. Sou DJ, então faço produção musical, trabalho com música, faço eventos e também trabalho com empreendedorismo social da periferia.
My name is Marcelo. I am a DJ, but you can also call me DJ Bola. I am 42 years old. I'm a father and I live with my wife and my family. So I would like to share with you all my job that I do on the hood.
Bem, eu faço parte da Banca, que ela nasce como um movimento juvenil na década de 90, aonde o Jardim Ângela, é o lugar onde eu moro, ele foi o lugar mais violento do mundo, segundo a ONU.
I am part of a bank. Acho que não peguei bem tudo.
Vamos lá. A Banca ela nasce na década de 90, em época que o Jardim Ângela, que é o bairro, o distrito onde eu vivo, ele foi o lugar mais violento do mundo, segundo a ONU.
Okay. Bank.
A Banca é a minha organização.
A Banca, DJ Bola's organization, was built in one of the most violent woods in Brazil, according to ONU. And sim.
E para eu sair dessa realidade dada, dura imposta, a música, a cultura hip hop e o empreendedorismo foi a porta de saída para essa violência dada e imposta.
So for me to be able to get out of all those violence that we had in our neighborhood, I used music and culture to get out of that life.
Isso. Eu aprendi a escrever projetos, aprendi a conseguir organizar aquilo que a gente já fazia na prática, colocar no papel, e eu não tinha muita noção. Pode seguir.
I've learned to take all my ideas and put them on paper, organizing them, even without having a lot of know-how on how to do it.
E todas as ações que nós fazíamos aqui no nosso território, ela tinha muita intencionalidade de impacto social e sempre sem pensar negócio. Era sempre algo que a gente fazia como um trabalho social.
And all of those projects and ideas were all related to social work. I was not thinking about it as a business or something to make profit out of it.
Sempre foi um grande desafio lá mais para trás, né, no começo da minha jornada, sempre foi um grande desafio conseguir colocar preço naquilo que a gente já fazia no nosso bairro para a nossa comunidade. Era muito difícil.
It was a bit hard for us to put price on what we were doing for our community. So we were doing it for free back then, and it was really hard.
E aí, eu participei de um processo de aceleração de uma organização aqui no Brasil, e eu fui provocado a pensar negócio dentro das ações sociais que eu já fazia aqui no meu bairro.
So I was part of a project, something like a sandbox or an accelerator here in Brazil, to be able to learn how to do business and entrepreneurship.
Isso. Para mim foi muito importante porque comecei a romper uma barreira interna minha de que não era feio e nem errado pensar em precificar aquilo que eu já fazia na minha quebrada, no meu bairro.
For me, it was really important because I started to understand that it's not a problem to give a price on what I was doing in my neighborhood and for the community.
E aí, então, eu conheci o ecossistema de negócios sociais.
That's how I ended up learning more about the business ecosystems, the social ecosystem business.
Isso. E nesse momento, a banca, minha organização, ela deixa de ser esse movimento juvenil e ela passa a ser uma empresa. A gente cria um CNPJ e a gente passa a ser uma empresa e se posiciona como um negócio de impacto de periferia.
So from that time on, we decided to be an organization and stop to be just a community worker. We started doing real business.
E por que a gente decidiu se tornar um negócio de impacto de periferia? Foi por causa de que um dos nossos maiores medos, a nossa maior dor na época, era que o nosso sonho e nossa luta morresse por falta de dinheiro.
And why did we decide to start to make our business as a profitable business? It's because we were afraid that everything that we were doing wouldn't go far due to finance. So we should be able to finance our own community work. And we decided to make it a profitable business.
Então a gente decidiu oferecer serviços ou produtos que tivesse alinhado com a nossa luta, com aquilo que a gente acredita, com o que a gente sabe fazer e com o que a gente ama fazer.
So we decided to create product that align to our vision, to what we love doing, what we know how to do better, and to what can contribute more for our community.
Isso. A partir daí, então, começamos a empreender e se posicionar como um empreendedor de impacto de periferia.
From there, we started to do entrepreneurship in our community as a community entrepreneur.
Talvez nós tenha sido um dos primeiros coletivos que se torna uma organização e que se posiciona como um negócio de impacto de periferia nas periferias do Brasil nesse período.
So on that time, we became the first ones changing the business from a social community project to a real business.
A partir daí, então, eu comecei a fazer o que a gente chama aqui no Brasil, que é circular as pontes. Então, eu comecei a participar de diversos programas fora da minha comunidade, programas de aceleração, de incubação, para que eu pudesse ampliar meu repertório de conhecimento, ampliar a rede, conhecer novas pessoas e conseguir recurso financeiro.
So from there on, I decided to build my network. I started going to projects. I started being part of projects like incubations project, sandboxes, to learn more about how to do business, and also to meet people and grow my network, because it's really important to be well connected.
E nessa época, os negócios, a temática negócios sociais, ela era muito forte aqui, principalmente em São Paulo, mas a periferia, ela nunca participava do processo de formação. Era a periferia, de onde provém, as pessoas daqui, era sempre vista como um cliente beneficiário ou usuário de alguma iniciativa que não era nascida no bairro, era para o bairro e não com as pessoas do bairro.
So from that time on, we decided to go and be part of all those initiatives that usually are made to be benefit and not them be part of the process. So we wanted to be part of the process instead of receiving just the result of all of those processes.
Isso para mim me incomodava muito porque estava circulando muita informação, estava se ampliando rede, estava rolando investimento nessas organizações que eram de fora da periferia, sem que a gente participasse como protagonista.
So I was really angry about all of those projects and processes because they were all made and they were done thinking about the wood where we lived in, but we were not part of the process, and there was a lot of information going on, people learning, but we were out of the process. We're just receiving the result, and it made me angry.
Então, eu sempre, quando tinha a oportunidade de fala, eu questionava as lideranças dessas empresas, questionando: cadê a periferia aqui? Cadê as mulheres pretas? Cadê os manos e os irmãos das periferias? Porque tem muita potência e também tem negócio acontecendo na periferia, e o mais importante, a transformação acontecendo de dentro para fora.
So I used to ask all those companies that were part of the communities projects, like, where are our people? You guys are doing projects, you are doing business, all related to Black people, to Black women, Black children, but we don't see them in the process. We are just receiving something. We want to learn how to make business, how to do our own things. So I was really asking them this.
E no paralelo a isso, o que eu fazia no meu bairro? A temática impacto social, ela ainda é muito novo em alguns lugares no Brasil. Hoje é muito mais disseminado esse conceito, mas há 20 anos atrás era muito pouco disseminado esse conceito. Então, ao mesmo tempo que eu ia para o outro lado da cidade, provocar essas pessoas, buscar conhecimento e recurso financeiro, no meu bairro, a gente promovia encontros abertos para discutir o que é esse tal de impacto social.
So while I was questioning the companies on one side, trying to get more information and learning more about the projects and how we could benefit from them, I was also in our neighborhood having discussions with my own fellows, like what should we do to make it worthy for us? What should we do so that the community can be more into everything that is going on? We were all trying to understand how we could solve our own problems.
Então, a gente promoveu diversos encontros abertos para a comunidade, para a gente falar, para a gente discutir o que era ser um empreendedor de periferia, o que era impacto social, como era precificar, o que era serviços ou produtos, precificação, vendas. Começamos a falar de diversas temáticas relacionadas ao negócio e ao empreendedorismo para pessoas que estavam já fazendo ações sociais importantes nos seus bairros, que eram ativistas, movimentadores de cultura, lideranças comunitárias, empresas que tinham um propósito de negócio, mas já tinha um impacto social acontecendo, mas eles não sabiam o que era isso. Então a gente começou a promover essa discussão dentro do nosso bairro, enquanto a gente promovia essa provocação fora do nosso bairro.
So we started having some open conversation with all the community, where we'll sit down with everyone and starting to talk about entrepreneurship, how to make business, what is a social impact, what can we do, how we should do things. And for those who already have business, we started talking about putting prices on the products. We started talking about how to sell the product, how to approach the clients, and all of these conversations.
E nessas várias conversas dentro do meu bairro e fora do meu bairro, fui sentindo a necessidade de que a gente criasse alguma ação voltada exclusivamente e especialmente para a periferia, para olhar a potência que tem no empreendedorismo de impacto social na periferia. E aí, então, a gente criou o primeiro fórum com essa temática negócio de impacto da periferia aqui no Jardim Ângela em 2018. 2017, desculpa.
So, acho que agora me perdi um pouco no princípio. DJ Bola?
Ok. A gente, fazendo esse movimento dentro e fora do meu bairro, eu senti a necessidade de fazer alguma ação que fosse voltada exclusivamente e especialmente para olhar a potência que tem o empreendedorismo de impacto social da periferia. Aí a gente criou o primeiro fórum.
So while we were having all of those discussions inside of our neighborhood and also outside of the neighborhood, we started thinking like, we need something more. We need to do something inside of our community. That's how we did our first, como é que era mesmo?
O fórum, o primeiro fórum de negócio de impacto de periferia. Fórum, é como esse summit hoje. A gente fez um evento desse no nosso bairro, ok? Não existia, sempre tinha esses eventos em outros bairros ricos e nunca acontecia na própria base da pirâmide, na periferia. Então nós fizemos o primeiro aqui. Entendeu?
So, yes. So while we were discussing all of these things, we decided to do the first summit inside of the community, the first business forum. So there was that never happened in any hood in Brazil. So they did the first one.
Isso. E isso foi muito importante em São Paulo, porque a gente trouxe a temática periferia como protagonista e não como um cliente beneficiário ou um usuário de alguma ação ou algum projeto ou algum negócio que foi criado fora da periferia para minimizar ou solucionar problemas complexos que a gente vive no nosso dia a dia.
So it was really important and had a big impact in São Paulo because for the first time, we were not doing a forum to benefit us, but we were doing a forum as the owner of the forums. We were talking about the hood problems. And it was the first time that people of color did that. And we didn't do it as the person who is going to receive something from someone, but as the person who is doing something for them.
Depois desse fórum, conversei com eu estava participando de um processo de aceleração em 2017 e eu já estava escrevendo uma ideia voltada exclusivamente para a periferia. Poderia ser uma incubadora ou uma aceleradora de negócios de periferia. E aí eu conversei com várias pessoas e recebi muitos nãos, né? E quando eu falei com a Artemisia e com a FGV sobre essa temática de criar algum programa voltado especialmente para a periferia, aí eles toparam e aí a gente cria a NIP, Articuladora de Negócios de Impacto da Periferia.
So after that summit in 2017, I had a conversation with so many people about having accelerators and incubators in the community to help all of those businesses that were in the community. But I received a lot of no. So many people said no. And then that's how I end up talking with Anita. ¿Ese es nombre de empresa?
Artemisia.
Artemisia and
e FGV.
Artemisia and FGV. This is a company that opened their doors to help me.
Isso. E aí, então, criamos o primeiro programa voltado para empreendedores sociais da periferia. Nós fizemos um programa de aceleração em 2018 para empreendedores da Zona Sul de São Paulo, 2019 para empreendedores do município de São Paulo, das periferias do município de São Paulo, e aí depois eu conto o resto. Senão fica muita coisa.
So from there, with the help of those two companies, we created the first business accelerator in our community, and we helped a lot of business. In 2019, então it just said, criou a primeira aceleradora, certo?
Certo. Isso aí.
E em 2019,
nós saímos das periferias da Zona Sul de São Paulo e ampliamos para as periferias do município da cidade.
In 2017, we accelerated business from the south side of São Paulo. And in 2019, we decided to go abroad and have more, we had more business to accelerate out of the south of São Paulo.
Bem, aí depois de 2 anos de programa, a gente aprendeu bastante coisa e entendemos que só ser um programa de aceleração era muito pouco o tamanho da capilaridade, diversidade e nível de estágio dos negócios que estavam participando do nosso processo. Tinha que ter mais ações conectadas entre si para fortalecer o ecossistema que acontecia na base da pirâmide, na periferia. Vamos lá. A gente, após 2 anos de aceleração, nós mudamos a estratégia do programa para que a gente pudesse ampliar com mais profundidade no apoio ao empreendedorismo de impacto de periferia. Por quê? Só sendo um programa de aceleração, era muito pouco para o estágio dos negócios e para o ecossistema que estava acontecendo. Entendeu?
So after 2 years of accelerating business, we decided that it wasn't enough just accelerating, and the business were not actually going forward. So we decided to amplify what we were doing.
A partir daí, então, nós começamos a atuar como um programa que oferecesse aceleração, fazia mobilização e inspiração.
And from there, we decided to be a program that do the acceleration, mobilize the people to be part of the business.
Geração de conhecimento e novos modelos financeiros.
We were also creating more knowledge base for the people and creating new business models.
Isso. Aí atuamos por mais 2 anos nesse formato e conseguimos escalar, conseguimos alcançar as periferias do Brasil todo, porque a gente começou a atuar pela internet.
And after 2 years of doing that, we were able to accelerate business from all the hoods in Brazil, not just the south of São Paulo.
Isso. E aí, para encerrar a fala e abrir para perguntas e a gente conseguir trocar, essa questão entre ganhar dinheiro e mudar o mundo, realmente isso é um desafio, essa discussão, porque a gente não foi educado nas escolas para que a gente pensasse ou tivesse mentalidade empreendedora, tivesse educação financeira e que pensasse em negócio. Então, existe muito impacto nas ações que acontecem na periferia e a grande fragilidade é realmente os negócios, é realmente pensar modelo de negócio e fazer dinheiro com essas ações.
So we were not told in school how to run businesses, how to give prices on things. And DJ Bola acho que falou e eu me perdi um pouco.
Não, então, é que na periferia, os negócios eles sempre têm mais impacto social e muita fragilidade no negócio. Então, é um grande desafio, realmente, entre ganhar dinheiro e causar impacto social, devemos ficar com os dois. Romper essa barreira de que é feio ou não é legal ganhar dinheiro com ações que causam transformação, entende?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Desculpa, excuse me. We just need to jump in with a couple of questions from the floor for DJ Bola. If you can just prepare him, I'll be facilitating the questions for you.
Ok. Eles vão começar a fazer agora as questões. Estamos a correr com o tempo.
Ok. Ok.
Thank you. If you can just share with him, firstly, thank you for sharing some of his learnings and some of his experiences. We are really, really grateful that he could be present with us to share his story from the streets of Brazil.
Eles agradecem muito pelo facto do DJ Bola poder partilhar com eles o seu conhecimento lá das favelas do Brasil e eles estão muito lisonjeados por isso.
Eu que agradeço. É uma honra estar aqui.
I'm going to jump in
It's
with
an
the first
honor for me.
question. My first
Okay,
question
ela vai.
is, how has he used his skill as a musician, as a DJ, to integrate that into his business in terms of social impact?
Eles gostariam de saber como é que o DJ Bola utilizou o seu talento de música e de DJ para a temática de...
Ótima pergunta. Primeiro que os toca-discos, para mim, né, aqui de fundo tem alguns discos de vinil, que são artistas tanto brasileiro quanto internacional. Para mim, sempre foi mais que um elemento para tocar música, né, os toca-discos. Ele é para mim como uma arma e uma armadura, onde eu posso me expressar e posso também me defender, posso me colocar no mundo. Então, primeira coisa de tudo foi entender o quanto eu sou potente, único e que essa ferramenta musical ela me dá liberdade. Então, essa foi a primeira coisa.
So the first thing that I did was to understand that my instruments of work were my way out. I could use it because it had power.
Okay. E como que eu trouxe isso para o mundo dos negócios foi a gente se tornando um negócio primeiramente, a gente entendendo que poderíamos fazer negócios com propósito, e aí todas as atividades culturais, artísticas, a gente introduzia essa pauta de empreendedorismo nas discussões.
So we started taking all those cultural activities that we did and we turned them into business. We started making money out of all those cultural activities that I was involved in.
Então, por exemplo, só para encerrar, a gente, o que a gente fez? A gente profissionalizou todas as músicas que a gente lança hoje, que a gente põe no mundo, ela é negócio. Então, não foi só tocar música, não foi só fazer os eventos, mas foi também profissionalizar, ou seja, todas as músicas que eu produzi, que eu lancei, que os artistas aqui da Quebrada, do meu bairro, que lançou pela banca, elas são negócio. Eu sou sócio desses artistas, né? Então, todo mundo que escutar as músicas hoje no Spotify, no Deezer, qualquer plataforma de streaming, ela gera negócio. É isso, só para encerrar.
So I also started producing music from our hood, and all of those music started giving us profit. We started selling the music on Spotify and all of those streaming platforms.
Excellent. Thank you, Bertha. I've got two more questions in the room. I'm just going to ask Maria to stand up and give us her question, and you can translate for us, please, Bertha.
Hi, Bertha.
Okay.
Hi, DJ Bola. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to ask DJ Bola, what challenges did he have reaching other neighborhoods than just his neighborhood? Because we find it hard to just do work in only our neighborhoods, let alone reaching other neighborhoods. So, face any challenges and how did you overcome them?
Ok. A Maria gostaria de saber como é que o DJ Bola conseguiu, para além do seu bairro, ir para outras comunidades. Quais foram os problemas que teve em ter acesso a outras comunidades, em levar essa boa nova para as outras comunidades que não seja a sua?
Boa pergunta, Maria. Muito obrigado. A banca ela existe há 22 anos, né? A gente está há 22 anos fazendo a mesma coisa. Então, a gente acaba conhecendo muitas pessoas. E tem um trabalho de articulação muito importante que acontece desde sempre. Então, para que a gente pudesse ir para outros bairros, primeiramente foi se conectar com pessoas de outros lugares, ir até esses outros lugares e falar, propor conversas, diálogos abertos com outras comunidades, e também utilizar a internet a nosso favor, para que a gente pudesse levar essa mensagem de negócio de impacto de periferia para outros bairros. E assim, então, a gente fazia chamada pública, editais, né? A pessoa se inscrevia e assim por diante.
So I've been in this business for more than 20 years. The first thing that we did was networking, to know the people on the other hood, what they do, who they are. We connected with them. And secondly, we started using the internet on our favor. It was easier with the internet to get in touch with all of them. And also, we understood that it was really important to know people, to talk with them. We also started to create flyers and all of this to make our word be heard on other neighborhoods.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Bertha. Thanks for that great question, Maria. It's really important that we trying to share with the room today and the audience some of the learnings with all the expertise that DJ Bola has. I'm going to hand over to someone else for another question.
So, Deborah, I've got a question at the end.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the session. I just want to find out, and this is more around reward and sacrifice. The topic has been money versus changing the world. And I want to know, do you feel that did changing the world or choosing the path of social development actually increase your capacity to make money in your music? or do you feel that you may have sacrificed a lot to actually help your community and sacrificed a lot on your own personal career as a DJ, and maybe you could have made more out of that if you went on your own path? Or did it actually help you, or did it cost you?
Não consegui pegar bem o nome, mas ele gostava de saber se para o DJ Bola fazer esse trabalho comunitário de alguma forma custou-lhe muito caro na sua carreira como músico, como DJ, ou sente que valeu a pena fazer esse trabalho e ganhar pouco? Ganhou muito ou pouco? O trabalho social atrapalhou ou ajudou na carreira?
Uau!
The million-dollar question.
Eu acho que não atrapalhou, me fortaleceu e me deixou um homem mais feliz, porque eu ainda faço música, eu ainda faço eventos, não faço tantos como já fiz no passado, mas tem uma coisa que eu trabalhar com empreendedorismo de impacto social me proporcionou, foi que eu pude viver todas as etapas de vida dos meus filhos. Algo que, se eu trabalhasse num lugar que me ocupasse todo o meu tempo e que eu demorasse 2 horas para ir, 2 horas para voltar, provavelmente eu não viveria todas as fases dos meus 3 filhos. E, claro, o dinheiro que eu ganho é muito baixo, né? Não equivale aos bairros ricos daqui, mas o privilégio de eu vivenciar essas etapas de criança dos meus filhos é uma riqueza que não tem preço. E o tempo não volta, né? Então para mim, sim, compensou, valeu a pena, e não atrapalhou minha carreira, porque hoje eu vivo a melhor fase da minha vida, né? Eu vivo o que eu quero fazer, eu vivo o que eu amo fazer.
So for me, it actually made me a happy man because the social work made me work on my own time, and I had time to do all those fun things that money cannot buy, especially having time with my family and my kids. I'm pretty sure that if I was in one or other company working full-time, I wouldn't have the time that I had with my children. And plus, I'm still making music. I'm still being a DJ, even if it doesn't give me the profit that it would give if I had more time. But I am happy with what I have for now.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that, DJ Bola. We have one more question in the room, please. Luther?
Hi, DJ Bola. Lovely translator lady. I'm sorry I forgot your name. Firstly, congratulations for the success of your business. You've created so many jobs there. It's amazing, really. Speaking of, my question is quite similar to the first lady's question. Your business, from what I gather, is quite successful and globally known and kind of growing gradually. Now, that's what I would like to know, actually. I can imagine the communication barriers are not easy to navigate your way around. So I would like to know, how do you navigate your way around those barriers, especially considering you don't always walk around with a translator? That would be interesting to know, because I also have aspirations of outside of the country. I would like to know that one.
You can take me. Ele gostaria de saber como é que foi, ou como é que tem sido ele levar esse negócio para o mundo todo, principalmente com as barreiras de comunicação, uma vez que o mundo não fala sempre a mesma língua e o negócio do DJ Bola está a tornar-se global. Então, como é que o DJ Bola resolve essa problemática da comunicação, principalmente, já que nem sempre temos alguém para nos traduzir em qualquer parte do mundo? Como é que funciona? Ele gostava de ter essa experiência, né, que para levar para o seu negócio também. Como é que o DJ Bola faz?
Aqui a gente fala no se vira, né? Se vira nos 30. Mas, brincadeira à parte, né? O que que eu venho fazendo é estudar. Eu estou tendo aula de inglês, meus filhos estão tendo aula de inglês, assim como tive que estudar sobre modelo de negócio, plano de negócio, sobre marketing digital, sobre gestão de carreira, sobre liderança, sobre gestão do negócio. Eu estou estudando inglês, então eu não me atrevi a falar inglês aqui porque eu ainda estou muito iniciante, mas é uma forma de combater, de conseguir minimizar esse problema da comunicação é realmente estudar. E é isso que eu estou fazendo agora. E é um baita desafio, né? Depois dos 42, aprender outro idioma.
So, to solve these communication problems and barriers, he decided to go and study English. The whole family is now studying English. He actually can understand all the questions and everything, but he is a little bit afraid of talking. It's more of understanding for now and not talking. And when it's needed, there is always someone to help him to translate.
So thank you. Thanks for that, time, DJ Bola. We just really want to say muito obrigado for being with us today. What I'm really looking forward to is when he can be in person in South Africa with one of our change makers summits in the future, and we can have him all night to party until the sunrise.
Eles estão muito felizes por ter DJ Bola aqui e gostariam de, num futuro próximo, ter o DJ Bola pessoalmente na África do Sul, num dos seus eventos e ficar a noite toda aí com todo mundo.
Será um prazer estar com vocês. Eu já estive na África em 2008, fui para Joanesburgo, participar de uma conferência também, fui lá para falar sobre violência e juventude, né, que a gente estava trabalhando, enfim, com ações culturais e combatendo a violência na quebrada, mas será uma honra e um prazer, me chama que eu vou, com certeza.
It will be an honor and you can always invite me. I've been in Johannesburg already in 2008 for a summit actually, so I know South Africa already and I'll be grateful to be there.
All right, thank you very much. Can I maybe ask everybody to say thank you very much?
Valeu.
Bye.
Valeu, muito obrigado.
Thanks, DJ Bola. See you next time. Obrigada, obrigado.
Obrigado. Valeu.
Bye.
Tchau.
We have a very easy lunch. We're going to call this a working lunch for now.
I want to ask you to do something small. For a moment. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine a world that is free. Imagine a world that you see and you are happy. Imagine a world that is changing. Imagine a world that you are keeping up with change. Imagine this world that you are succeeding in your health, at work, in the environment, in all the things around you and all this, the fields, the different fields. Imagine this world and what it looked like. Now I want you to imagine you. What impact are you making to this world? What are you bringing to this world? What impact, if you make, this world will make a better place. As you open your eyes, I want to ask you a question. What is it you need to do today for this world to be a better place? Let me tell you, what did I imagine? I wanted to change the world. So I went out there, all over, every community, trying to change the world. Was it possible? No. So I thought, let me go in my community, in Asia, and let me see how I can change the community. And maybe they say you must start with your community. Suddenly I realized I could not change my community. I then heard someone tell me charity begins at home. So I thought, let me go home. Let me go to my family and let me start changing them, because that's where it starts. Did they change? No. Then I looked in the mirror. and I saw me. It was me that had to change. If I changed, I could now put the pebble from into the water, and 1% at a time was a ripple effect. That's how my journey started. Today, I want to talk to you about change. Is change easy? Is change possible? Do you want to change? When is it that you need to change? But more so, what are the things that you need to do today that you need to change? And you will propel your life, your work, your career, every aspect in your life and propelling it to the next level. What are the things you need to do? So today, I'm going to talk to you about change. Is change possible? I'm going to make you uncomfortable. I want you to interact with me. I want you to engage with me. I want you to play full out. Are you all ready to play full out? Yes. So I started by asking you to change. I want to change the energy. I want to change the way I ask questions. So I'm going to ask you differently. Are you ready to play full out?
Yes.
I still don't feel your energy. I know there's more in you. And that is when change happens, when you become uncomfortable, when you go beyond yourself. So I want you, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you ready to change?
Yes.
Can you see the difference? When you change the outlook, when you change the way you share yourself, from your body language, from everything about you, life can change. So what is change? What is change? So I'll ask you, and I want to interact with you, and I want to engage with you. What is change, guys? Team, leaders, my family, social impactors, what is change? Anyone here want to share? Change?
Transformation.
Transformation, absolutely. Anyone else? What is change? Adapt. Anyone else?
A radical shift from an initial position to another.
A radical change from an initial position to another? Yes. Growth. Growth from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. What is change? Change is to differ, to modify, to alter, to improve, to do something different. Wherever you are, you need to upgrade. You need to upgrade. So I've created the word change. And what is change? Do you want to change? The first thing for you to decide is to make a choice. And the choice you make can either make you or break you, build you, lessen you. What is the choices you make? Who makes this choice? The choice that you make starts with what I call a habit. And how is this habit formed? How do you create this habit? There was no habit before. You didn't smoke, suddenly you're smoking. You weren't suddenly wearing a certain item and suddenly you're buying that item. Who influences you? How is your decision made? Does anyone want to guide me or assist me in how is the habit formed? Yes, sir. Absolutely. The environment you are in, you can be influenced. So who, again, the habit starts with a choice. You choose to accept that environment or not the environment. How else can a habit be formed? What's the first process of a habit? A conversation? Repetition, when you keep doing it over and over again. But the question is, how do you start the repetition? Curiosity, when you're curious, how do you become curious? How does this curiosity start? And what do you mean by that? Your thoughts. Everything starts with a thought. When the thought starts, the thought comes in, now it settles. You can either let it pass, it can either lead you, or you can leave it. If you decide to lead you, you now start the journey of the thought. What you verbalize, visualize, it will materialize. Say after me, verbalize, visualize, materialize. So whatever you verbalize, you say it, suddenly starting to own it. This thought is becoming you. It is becoming who you are, what you are, and what you can become. That thought, you now embrace it. Now you make an intention. You go when, where, how, and suddenly you start going into an environment where it's needed. If you decide to do something, if you want to make money, who are the friends you surround yourself? And if the friends are ones that lessen you and use you, you will fall in that environment. The choice you make becomes a habit. How do you change this choice? You need to be aware. Ask yourself today, are you aware where you are, of choices you've made? Are you aware of the choices you need to make? If you are aware, what are the things that you need to change? And when are you going to change them? Now, so the question is, are you ready for change? Is change easy?
No, it's not.
Is change easy? Yes. So we go no or now. So here's a choice. Is it no or now? But if you change, you're going to give yourself a gift of the present moment and give yourself that gift. How do you give yourself this gift? Means you have to let go. If you let go, what can happen? What must you let go? Is it ego? Is it your pride? Is it what? Is it the people, the environment? Who is it? When you do, you can now change and your energy will change. If you change your energy, what will life be like? So the question I want to start with, is change possible? A lot of you said it's difficult. I want to start by changing this mindset. I want you all to open your hands. Now,
Lunchbox down.
lunchbox down. As you open your hands, I'm going to ask you to close your hands, and then I want to ask you to see which thumb is on top. So open, close, and tell me which thumb is on top. All those right, put your thumb hands up. Down, left hands, put your thumbs up. So some are right, some are left. But let's do it again. Do that again. Same hand, right? Let's go again. Same hand, right? Here's the thing. If you do things over and over and over again, you're going to get the same result. So is change possible?
Yes.
Let me show you. Open. I want you now to change. I want you to be purposeful. I want you to be intentional. I want you to make an effort. Because suddenly you realize I'm doing the same thing over and again. I am continuing. I'm holding myself back. I'm procrastinating. I'm destroying firstly myself, and I'm destroying the people around me. Now slowly go and change the connection of your hand. Opposite. Is it possible?
Yes.
But it's still uncomfortable, right? Is it uncomfortable?
Yes.
Can I show you how it becomes comfortable? You do things over. So do it slowly and get used to it.
Oh, man.
The journey of 1,000 miles with one step. Again. Now close your eyes again and do it. Now tell me, is it possible?
Yes.
So, what do we learn about change? A lot of us have a belief system, a mindset. And if we shift the mindset, we change the choice, we change the habit that we are aware of, and immediately we now decide it's a change. We gift ourselves something that changes our energy. If we do that, let's now evaluate what are the areas we need to change. Where do you want to change? Which area? And there's a lot of areas. There's a few I've identified. Is it your work ethic? How you perform? How you wake up, dress up, show up, make up, step up, never give up, give up? How is your work ethic? Are you persevering? Are you stepping up in your life? Is there more in you? Is it upwards and forwards or downwards and backwards? Your work ethic is something you need to look at, because evaluation can give you that. If it's not your work ethic, is it the systems, processes, your vision that you have created? What vision have you created? What systems do you have? If it's not the system, how is the process? Do you wake up, go the same direction every day? You're going to continue doing it. What if you change? What if you do something different? What will happen? Is it the environment you're in? Must you change your environment? Must you change the people you are with? What if you change your society? Change the place you are in? Change the situation? What can you make? Or is it the leader that you have? Or the leader you're following? Or should you no more become a follower and start becoming a leader? When is the day you make that decision? Someone asked me, looking for someone. I'm looking for a special being to change my life. This person is an angel. This person is a knight in shining armor. He is the most incredible person. He is a prophet. He can change society. He is a game changer. I said, where is this person? He said, it's up to you how to wake up. Today, the day you become the leader in your society, in your change, in the work you do. If you do, what will yourself look like? What will your new self look like? What will the self be like? Imagine the self that you are now, and one change the whole impact. One change will change the way you do things. One change take you to the next level. So is change necessary? I ask you, is change necessary? Yes. If we say yes, what must we change? But before I say what must we change, who must change? I think that is the pivotal question. Because there's something which we do, and I think if we know who, we now can go forward. In life, there's something we call the B gang. What is that? The what gang? So in life, we blame someone. Who do we blame? We can blame. So tell me, who are the people you can possibly blame for your circumstances, your situation? If you are aware, for you to move forward, you blame someone because you can't move forward, correct? So who are the people you're blaming?
Government.
Who? Government. Yo. Blame government. Who else do we blame? The country is the same people. What else?
Parents.
Okay, so we blame our parents. My mom, my dad.
Yes.
Wish my mom was here today. The lesson she taught me was what made me. Who else?
Yes.
Who? Friends, our friends. Environment.
Environment, yes, yes.
Environment. Our most important, our past experiences. My experience with this person, that person, all these experience defines me who I am today. What else?
Yes.
Your partner.
My partner, my wife, my husband, relationship with yourself. How do you see yourself? Relationship with people, the relationship with your creator, the relationship with the environment. All these blame. So I want to ask you a question. What percentage? So let's go to percentage. Because if we say all of this and we can carry on, and I can go on all day, give them a number, overall number. Is it 50-50? Is it 60-40? Is it 90-80? I just want to go around the room and get a general change behavior pattern. So what number would we say? Anyone? What would you say, ma'am? So you say 0, 100?
0.
Anyone else? 99 who? The world? You blame the world 99%? What else? 50-50? What would you blame? How much percent? 70-60? 100%? Anyone else if you have to be honest? Yes? 0%, yes? 60 who? 60 the government and the rest 40 yourself. What else? Anyone else? So generally, if we say 50-50, 0-60, 70-30, here's the question. If we keep blaming, are we going to go forward? The key is responsibility. Let's do a small exercise and let's see if we can blame. How many of us here have baggage of the past that we blame people? How many of us here have situations and experiences? So if we move away from this and we move just to experiences, because if we unlock experiences today, they say if you don't change in 24 hours, you don't change. If you can unlock and let go of the past, what would you be like today as a social entrepreneur? What should you be like today in your health? What would you be like today in your relationship? What would you be like today in anything you do? What would your life be like? How would you start monitoring yourself? Because that was a big thing we spoke about today. How will you start becoming more accountable to yourself? How will you start stepping up? So what must we do with the past? What must we do with the past? Bury it. How do we bury it if we don't take responsibility? So how do we take responsibility? Just stand up for a moment. I want us all to go on a mountain. So, okay, perfect. So we also with the people online, and I want you all to stand up, even you online, and I want us all to go up a mountain. Which mountain are we going? Let's choose a mountain. Kilimanjaro. Okay, let's go up Kilimanjaro. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're moving up the mountain, coming right to the top. I want all you visionaries. We are right on the top. What do you see? What do you see? The world, sunrise, another mountain. What else you see?
Yeah.
What else you see?
The sky.
At that moment, I say, look down. So if you look down, it's deep, it's low, correct? I then tell you, because those of you who says you are 60%, 40%, 50% responsible, I am that percent. I tell you to jump. Will you jump? But if you jump, you die. Will you jump? Will you jump? Why not? It's too early for you to die. So why are you blaming people for your life? Who made the decision? Who made the decision not to jump? How much percent are you responsible for your life? Who makes every decision today? Who decides to wake up, show up, make up? Who decides to allow people? Who decides to blame? Who can step up and take responsibility and ace his space? What if you ace your space? What if you be the best version of yourself around you, in your company, in your society, in your culture, in whichever circle that you are in, whatever it may be, what will your life be like? So if you said no, how much percent are you responsible for your life?
100%.
If we say we're 100% responsible for our life, let's go back. And can we sit down? How does the world need to improve? How can we now look at it proactively? How can you look at it proactively? How can you change the work ethic? What steps can you make to create leaders, not leaders that are on social media, not leaders that are standing up and making noise and taking money, but leaders with something that we forgot: ethics, values, character, honest, integrity, respect, empathy, compassionate. When we create these leaders, what do we need today to improve? How can we improve this? Why should it improve? And is it necessary? This is my question to you now. What do you suggest we do? But I want to direct you. I would like you to take proactive steps to show me how we can make this world a better place, how you can throw a pebble. If you say this is the problem, because now you've taken responsibility, what stone are you going to throw? How are you going to cast your bait into the fish to get your shark? Are you going to play small in a small fish, in a small sea, in a small ocean, and play with a big rod? Or are you going to be a big fish in a small rod, in a small ocean? Or are you going to be a big fish in a big ocean playing big? And suddenly not complaining and saying, you know what? I'm swimming here with the sharks. If you are prepared to play with the lions, accept that they're going to be challenges. You can either wake up, dress up, show up, step back, or step forward. When is the day we change? Is it one day? And I have a quotation. Is it one day? And if we change these words around, what does it become? What if today is day one? So if it is day one, how are you going to be in that ocean? It's your day decision. Are you going to make that decision? Or are you going to hold back and play small? So I ask you, what can you do? So tell me, from these few words that I've shared with you on change, what are you going to do? How can you change this world? how can you make a greater impact? So I want a positive reaction from you. I want a reaction of how we can be proactive and direct them. So who's going to share and say, this is what I think we can do? And then go to I. If I play a role, that pebble can change the world. So what can you do? Is there anyone who want to share? Sir? I heard you a lot of times sharing, and we engaged and interacted. You could be on. What can we do to improve the environment, work ethics, systems, process, self? How do we start the process? If we're to find a solution in improving social change, in a social way, become more proactive, imagine this could be a transformation for you. What step could you take? Or maybe you'd say, me, and I admire that, this is what I'm going to do. Watch everyone follow me. Yes, ma'am. You want to start, and I'll come back to you, sir. You want to stand up and tell us your name?
Yes, my name is Nonhlanhla. I think first step I would really take is a step towards healing, because I think a lot of things that are happening are probably happening, well, they're happening within, and you're fighting a lot inside of you. And I think the first step towards making a change in the world is a step towards yourself and heal yourself first, right? And when you start healing, then you start recognizing that everyone else could do with that healing, and you start, what's the word?
Propel yourself forward.
You start showing signs of healing. When people see signs of healing, there's hope. You bring hope to others, and that brings hope to the whole world. So that's my first step right now.
I love what you're saying. So here's my question. If we say this is what we do, this is the action. The most important question, and I love this word, heal, hope, but my question, as much as we say we need to, a lot of us are speakers. A lot of us share, but a journey of 1,000 miles. If I want to build a relationship, and me and this brother fought, if I want to build a relationship with you, what is it? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with? Word. Sorry. Show vulnerability. When I become vulnerable, it changes. Are you prepared to let go of ego? We are scared to be vulnerable. We are scared to allow ourselves to go into a space where we become vulnerable. How often? Imagine, how do I heal? I need to be vulnerable. I need, if I'm struggling, to go search for a friend, someone that's there, who I can go to and say, I need help. That's vulnerability. The situation why we are scared of today is because when we reach out, our own friends go and take that and throw it on social media or share with other people. So we now move from heal to hurt. And we don't trust anymore. We don't trust even our closest friends. For us to become change, we need to trust, firstly, ourselves. We need to fill our cup. We need to know we are enough. We need to know we are worthy. We know we downgrade ourselves because we are wanting to heal. Let me tell you something. Whatever's happened in the past, there's 3 places you can stay. Past, present, or where are you staying? If you are living in the past, this is going to hurt you. Because you're going to recall this moment every time. And you're going to review and rewind and recycle. And when you do the we will continuously replay, recycle. We need to take responsibility. We need to see results. When we see results, we can restart. We can start recreating the life that we're looking for. So how do we heal? Healing is letting go of everything that is in the past. Accept it happened. Forgive yourself. Say, I love you. And then step into greatness. I promise you, you will find great. Is that okay, ma'am? Anyone else? A step? Yes, sir.
You said. So you touch on blame. So I stopped blaming. So I used to blame government. Don't check everything. So in this context of the social enterprise entrepreneur, what I want to share with everyone is that we are the change agents. we need to move. So if we blame government, imagine those that are not in the space where we are. So I've made an example about a document called NDP, National Development Plan 2030. I never used to own it because it's a government document, and that's what we say. That's not a government document. Somebody created it for people like us to catch. So I don't blame government. I've actually healed. My sister, I've healed. I used to tell, so I actually apologize on their behalf.
Thank you,
guys. I'm sorry for blaming you. But what happened when I did the change, they started, it goes back to Emmanuel, they started seeing, when you forgive people and continue doing what we're doing, they actually default. They call you. So government, Department of Education started calling me because now I didn't go with them with the blame thing. So in terms of the environment, which will be the second one, so the environment is again spaces like this. If I want to change the world as a social entrepreneur, you must start knowing who to speak to. So there is what I'm saying, places like this, for me, it's like I changed from having a corner meeting whereby people that were, are not like-minded, and we talk about government and how we want to do it. But if you come to spaces like this, I mean, that's the second step to say the correct.
Let's give him a round of applause. Small methodology that I used to work on, and a theory that I worked on. I'm a professional cricketer. I had a dream. I grew up in Lenasia, and sometimes, I went to a teacher. I said, "Sir," he said, "what is your dream?" I said, "Sir, I want to play cricket." He said, "For who?" I said, "For South Africa." Grew up in the apartheid era. Grew up in Lenasia. And he looked at me and he said, "My boy, I don't know how he told me, but he says, you can't." "Why, sir?" "Because it's impossible in this country. It is apartheid. We don't play together. There isn't a representative son." I went home disappointed. The next day, I looked at television and I saw England playing the West Indies at Lord's Cricket Ground. Oh my Lord. And they said, "This is the Mecca of cricket." I said, "I'm going to Mecca." I says, Mom, did you go here to Mecca to pray?" She says, "No, that's Mecca of cricket. That's the other Mecca where we go for pilgrimage. That's a different Mecca." I says, "Mom, I'm going there. I'm going to Lord's Cricket Ground." A dream was born. I went back to the teacher and I ran to him. I said, Sir. He said, "Yes, my boy. What is it today? Where are you? What are you going to become? Have you a new dream?" I said, "Yes, I want to go to London. I want to go to Lord's." That moment he looked at me, says, "L is for Lenasia. L is for Lord's. L is the closest you're going to get on this map." Oh, make you. Oh, break you. The choices you make can change your outcome, can change your destiny. Change. A critical aspect of change is the people. Surround yourself with giants. Surround yourself with angels. Surround yourself with people that are, great, people that are positive, people that are kings, queens. Surround yourself with all of these people. But when you surround yourself with people who have no status, but they believe in your worth, and they believe that you're good enough, and they see more in you than any of those are the people you need to be with. Because when they see your worth, when they see your value, when they see who you are, you can rise. Leaders. Most of us are leaders. Who leads their life? Who makes decisions in their life for you? Who decides to walk? Who decides to stop? Who's the leader? So I'm not going to tell you today about leaders. Because if you know who a leader is, because a leader is positive, hey, he is aware. He takes action. He has the right attitude. He has the right approach. He sees abundance. But what do non-leaders see? They do negative A. They make assumptions about life. When you make an assumption, you are not looking at the true reality of the picture. They do B. What do play? They play the blame. They play the blame game. They do C. When they meet you, what are they always doing? Complaining, criticizing, seeing life as a challenge. Who are these people? You said you were a leader. Do you do any of this? E, your dream is destroyed. You feel depressed. You feel down. You feel broken. E, your ego, your emotion, your energy. You feel envy. F, fail. Fail? You realize? First attempt in learning. Look at it as a leader, we'll look at F as faith. We look at F as someone who stands up. But if we look at F as failure and fear, we fly, we fright, we fight, and we keep moving away. We give up, we become hopeless. And who suffers? We change that. We need to do process, which I spoke about, take responsibility. Start looking at life with reason. If you're a leader, A, for you to exhilarate, you need to take action. B, you need to believe in yourself. You need to be brave. You need to be bold. Within you, there's a leader. We all are leaders, every 1 year. And sometimes you need to awaken the next leader. You need to awaken the person next to you. Be the leader who is brave. C, the most important thing we're talking about today. About change. How are we going to change? It is a choice. You choose to change. If you choose C, you can have D. You can have your dream life. You can have your destiny. You can have the direction you want to go. And you will feel enough. You will feel worthy. You need faith to do that. And then you will live in gratitude. You will find, you will let go, and you will let God. Life will change. H, you will now have hope. The question is today the day you change? I hope that today is the day you change. My question to you is, if you don't change today, what will your life be like? What are you holding back on? And lastly, before I conclude, D, for that destination. What is your dream? My dream was to play cricket in England. I went to England, the school, I went to the teacher and the school raised money. And he says, make the school side. If you make the school side, the non-white SECO school side, you will go to England. We will send you to England. I made the school side. In the day in the assembly, the principal came out and gave me a letter. Opened the letter. It was a ticket to go to London. I got to Lord's. I was at Lord's, played somewhere else, couldn't play just at any ground and arrive. Came there and I says, God, you brought me here, bring me back to play. I was determined. A few years later, Della was released. Says how old I am.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he was released, the team was selected. Where did they go to? London. And where did they play at? Lord's. I ran down at Lord's cricket ground and played at Lord's. 5 years later, 5 years later, Rabada was called Cricketer of the Year. And they selected players in the past who could have played for South Africa. And because of apartheid, couldn't. I got a green blazer to say I could have played. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this. I'm telling you that if I can, you can. I'm telling you this, each one of you has a story within you. A story that is waiting to be told. A story that will start with change. If a teacher tells you or someone tells you, you can't, look at them and say, I can. They say, whatever they say to you, change the words from one day.
Day one.
From 1 day to?
Day one.
From 1 day to?
Day
one. 1 day to?
Day one.
Today, there you change. So I'm going to leave you with this. You ready to change?
Yes.
If you are, I'm going to ask you to do something right now. Talk is cheap, right? Got some money to throw at me? Because the DJ said you must leave the dream and just play, ask for money. So I'm saying maybe throw money. No. I'm gonna ask you to do something. And I love doing this. I believe in action. Journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Are you gonna stand up now? And I want to ask you a question. If you are and you choose to stand up, I want you to be critical. I want you to be honest to yourself and make a commitment that you're going to change today. Debbie and Radhika has brought us together here today, and it's all about change. The question is, if you don't change in 24 hours, you won't change. And this program is about impact. The impact, I'm sure I have been impacted by all the speakers. I have been impacted by the beautiful program. I've been impacted by you. I've impacted by everyone that's here. But you will make the greatest impact to yourself. I alone in the word is about I. I cannot motivate you. Motivate is manipulate. I is inspire. Are you inspired to stand up and say, I'm ready to make that change? Are you ready to stand up and say, I'm going to take that step of a journey of 1,000 miles? But if you do stand up, you need to tell someone next to you, what is it that you're going to change?
Sorry.
I'm waiting for you.
Right. I've got some money to throw at you if you don't mind.
I like.
I mean, it's a great presentation. I mean, at least I could just.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luther.
Thanks, Luther. So I'm going to ask you. Thank you, Luther, my brother. I'm going to ask you, as I end, stand up. If you stand up, you're going to take a stand for you and your life and your change. Are you ready to stand up for yourself, for your dream? There is someone who is not standing up. Who is the friend who's going to make him stand up? Who is the friend who's going to step up and say, where's my MC?
They're standing.
Where's my MC? Is not. So are we going to say together, I am ready for change. I am here for a reason. Today I'm going to change. Today I see a great life. I am enough. I am more than enough. I am worthy. I am capable. From today, I say not one day, but you guys. Thank you so much.
And then one thing I just want to.
Right, so it has been quite a very impactful day. We started exactly, with the program from 9 a.m. I mean, we did some yoga, there was introduction, we did some interactive stuff. And of course, there were guests here who came up and very, very informative. Right now, we're moving to, I think, the last item, right before we do some tea break, which I think it will be the closure of the day. I thank you very much for all of you coming here. I think we'll continue again tomorrow. No, just today. All right. All right. So now we're going to be showcasing the businesses and the ideas through the video, right? Through the visuals. Some young social entrepreneurs who are out there doing some great stuff. And this is the content that we need to absorb in order for ourselves so that we can also change, right? We said we are ready for change. All right. So are we ready with the videos?
All right, thanks for that, Kimber. So I've just asked Radhika just to make contact with YUCI and Ashwarya. They're the guys that are over in India. I think they're about 3.5 hours ahead of us. So they're just coordinating, making sure that we're ready to go. YUCI and Ashwarya, are you guys ready to go with our first video? Many of the videos that have been sent in are present in the room today. At least you're going to be able to put some of the video content to somebody who might be sitting next to you that you didn't realize is already a change maker. So that's an exciting little bit of mystery that's going to unfold. Thank you very much to everybody for submitting. Thanks to Radhika, the team of Road that's been coordinating that. It's been quite an important part of what it is we're trying to do, not just talk, but some show. Yeah, that action part. All right, so YUCI, we hand it over to you.
As the result of recycling clothes through our Clothes to Good program, we're able to exit mothers with children with disabilities, people with disabilities, and people previously disadvantaged into financial freedom and dignity through a productive, fully inclusive green ecosystem that works.
Our vision is to create many more employment opportunities for people with disabilities and to educate South Africa and the rest of the world about the positive contribution they have made to our ecosystem.
I'm running the business that is called Tracy Clothing, as I'm getting the clothes from the Clothes to Good, and I'm here to empower these ladies that has got the children that are disabled.
Mothers of children with disabilities are especially close to our hearts, and by empowering them to start their own micro businesses, we envision that their children will have access to better education and therefore a better quality of life.
This is how our Clothes to Good program starts, where young leaders recycle their clothes to do good.
We are very excited about our new venture, where people with disabilities create educational resources from recyclable materials for children in disadvantaged communities.
I started selling these clothes in 2010. I started with 5 kg. Now every week I buy 40 kg, then just selling like 3 days. I managed to buy this shop here in Olvenbush. My life is changing now. I'm a businesswoman now.
This is what it's about. People helping themselves. Clothes to Good. Spreading to the rest of the country with your help. Clothes to Good. Recycle, reward, empower.
So we have seen the video and we've been listening to the content and we've seen some of the things that were showcased. I would just like to ask, is there any question based on the video that was shown on the floor? Any question? We can move to the next video.
Called Makers Valley. Makers Valley Partnership, it is a creative enterprise sector. So we focus more on the creatives and the makers in the neighborhood, and more where my focus is more on food security, and that's where I'm actually engaging more with edible street gardens. So Makers Valley is an eastern side of Johannesburg, where we aiming to get it to be a hub of creative and makers in one neighborhood. The Makers Valley partnership came together, I would say, about 4 years ago, where Simon Mason and us, where we actually came together, and then in terms of seeing what can we do in the neighborhood, how can we connect the makers, people that are making craft or arts and etc., into the bigger network where they can also be able to sustain themselves. I would say 90% of us, we all makers. So the spirit of making then just connected us together. We're trying to connect everyone to be able to have that moving spirit and then helping one another in a process as well. When everyone is happy around you, then that's where you can actually achieve the well-being economy. The neighborhood itself is sort of like a very poor background. So in that sense, so the focus on food, like, it was like the main issue. So we then started creating like street gardens to try and then support the communities that are actually passing by, then putting a sign, say, pick me when I'm ready. So people, they can actually just go around on the street and pick whatever that is ready to go and cook and eat with their families. We then have like different funders and different initiatives that came by. We had Ubuntu projects or Ubuntu boxes where they're supporting communities and how can they get food on their table. And also just like other partners that actually came on board to try and assist Makers Valley to deliver food on people's tables, especially in the time of COVID. And then it was sort of like a wake-up call for the community, where we've realized like people really need so much to survive. With my projects, Growing Communities becoming like a pillar to sort of like how can you now connect each household in the neighborhood and all have like the same vision. We're definitely gonna need as much support to make all the project pieces that we have at hand to be a success.
All right, so that one is about food security. I would just like to ask, is there anyone who has a question regarding planting?
Excuse me, put a hand up, Sia. Go ahead, Sia. Okay, that's it. Okay, go ahead, please, Sia. If you can put your video on as well and unmute yourself, please.
Guys, I'm here. Good to be in the room.
Hybrid. So much for that incredible video of the work your team and yourself is doing out at Makers Valley. Radhika and I have your organization on our radar to take some of our change makers that have attended our workshops and possibly in future as well to come and actually visit your guys' venue and really get a feel for what you're doing. Congrats and well done on the accomplishments. We know that it's been quite a long journey. farming, micro farming, food security is no easy space to be in. So well done on what you guys are up to in the Makers Valley. Thank you so much for something. All right, next video, please, Yuki.
Hey everyone, welcome to Quick Wash. Quick Wash is a mobile waterless car detailing business that uses non-chemical products for cleaning cars and less water compared to a traditional car wash. Come, have a look. Hi, this is my team. Sandy Lemtemb is my name. I'm the co-founder of Quick Wash. In our 1 year of existence, Quick Wash currently has 4 permanent employees. Just a quick example, a typical car wash uses approximately 50 gallons of water and gets a bathtub full of water to clean 1 car. Quick Wash uses just 8 ounces, which is a jug of water. This is how we do it. When we spray a car with a lubricant solution, it encapsulates the dirt, then we simply wipe it off with microfiber towels. The car stays in pristine condition, spotless and shiny. Our main focus in Quick Wash is conserving water. We do this in 2 ways. Number 1, by having our own waterless car wash business. Number 2, by having programs and workshops for the community to teach them about the importance of saving water. Number 3, we're looking at ways to collaborate with the city of Joburg to report water leaks, and this can help us and the community save water.
I must say that's a great innovation. I mean, saving water in our times. Apparently, we are a very water scarce country. You know, we're feeding our water as Gauteng from I think Lesotho.
Yeah, Lesotho.
Yes. So I mean, yeah. So any question? No question.
Yeah, so I think everyone there is being innovative. And that is why, you know, when I spoke about the business model spectrum, as social entrepreneurs, we need to be innovative. And we can take, so there's a lot of challenges, but those challenges, you don't go to a company and say, I'm looking for funding to solve a problem. You solve a problem, you come up with a way, the companies always come. You know, Emmanuel said it. The people do the work. I always say people gift of the givers. Gift of the givers, they don't call the companies, but where they started by actually a group of doctors that went somewhere without asking for funding. Now everybody just dropped their money on their way to Durban with 80 million, somebody sends 10 million and what. So social entrepreneurs are not grant, yeah, they are not granters. Grant is a bonus. Yeah, so let's be innovative, guys.
I think that one more thing that was really incredible for me about that project is that's in Makers Valley Tribal area. But we've got an entire country, Feds Valley, actually, full with cars that need to be washed. What stops any of us from approaching him and saying, collaborate? Yeah. Let's take your business model. Let's see how we, as a collective of 10, can apply for that funding instead of him on his own in the middle of Makers Valley. It makes sense, yeah? Even in our collaborative thinking of what we're talking about, it's sometimes within the room supporting each other to make the thing, access the thing to do whatever it is. Okay, rather than reinventing the wheel we work.
Yes.
Thanks, Yuki. Next video, please.
Dumela. I am Dumi Moreng. I am a creative social entrepreneur based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I am the co-founder of a cool organization called the Makers Valley Collective. What makes me a creative social entrepreneur? Well, being born and bred in the streets of Johannesburg and being raised by my grandmother, I am the grandson of a displaced woman. I am the son of a woman and a man who are also displaced. And as a creative, I've always known what impact having access to space would have on my life and on the lives of the people around me. So I use my creative social skills to help create opportunities for other creatives and makers who are like me, who also need access. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll give you a practical example. On Monday, I took a walk and I met up with Mr. V. Mr. V is a creative who is skilled at designing and making innovative toys and designs, but he needed space. He was working from his house. Couldn't help him. On Tuesday, I took another walk and I bumped into Psyche-trained Tando, who's an animation and sound expert, who also said to me, if I had a space, I'd be able to create better animation and also test out some innovative sound. Wednesday, I took another walk. I met up with Lerato, aka Jesus, the founder of SLCC LD. And he also said, if I had a space where I could test out some of my graphics and animation skills, hey, perhaps I'd be able to look after my family and feed myself. Thursday, I bumped into this guy, Funega, a young guy out of school, loves to read. He's also got some interesting ideas on how to save the world, but he's always on the streets. Comes from a poor family as well. Told me that he needs access to space. Friday, went out to a party, met my brother, Ibi Ibrahim, all the way from Congo, via Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Cape Town, and now in Joburg in the streets of the valley. And he said, I need a space to connect with my fans and my people internationally. There are many other makers like Velap, you've created cool works, who also said, I need space. And I thought, I don't have money, I don't have space. But imagine what all these creatives and change makers could do if they came together. So one of the first things we came up with was a community liaison office, a space where ordinary community members could enter. I've only got a few seconds left. And some of the stuff that you're gonna see and hear is what has happened and come out of a creative social entrepreneur like myself, sharing whatever little access to space and materials and resources that I have, and this is what you get. Studio and creative maker spaces, where anyone can come in and learn how to make something, use their skills to make change in the world. So whatever it is that you can help me with or support me with, materials, resources, networking, we need it. It's not just about making a change in our lives, it's about making a change in our communities. I look forward to you hosting me and us making a change together. And always remember that some things are better done together than alone. And if you need some encouragement, always remember, oh, what the wow, oh my gosh, jealous up and down, oh.
All right, any questions? Any questions? No questions. Do we have any more videos?
Namaste, myself Dipankar Das. I'm from Andaman Nicobar Island. I'm doing this work because when I was child, I saw many people struggle in farming work and rural areas. So I just went to help them. After that, I start work on my innovative and creativity ideas. Then one day I realized I should boost up our young generation and also give some knowledge about innovative ideas. I work on education and monitoring young generation so that I collectivity we can embark in significant change in the world. I take lecture in various school and also like top engineering college in India about how science can impact your life. I mainly motive then that inspired to difficult situation of life, one can achieve milestone in many field they expect and achieve. So I just one innovation I share. My mother every day carry the water 5 kilometer to 10 kilometer. So I realize how can I help you, my mother? Then I one innovation water pot carrier. He's every day told me my side is very pain, so I just look and one innovative. Then one innovation water pot carrier is very easy and very low cost innovation and very useful. Basically, this my focus is rural areas, very innovative, and so I just help my mother. So thank you.
Next video. Sorry.
Pinamzala is a house that converts itself into an art space. It houses a variety of creative formats and disciplines. This house has been open to artistic experiments since 2018. We've hosted well-established artists and as well as artists who don't get enough exposure in the mainstream. We've worked with art galleries, other live music venues, cultural and creative organizations. The goal is to serve as a springboard for the creative. We exist to help independent artists, especially instrumentalists, to build long-lasting brands.
All right, next video, please, YUCI.
Greetings to all the beautiful souls and all the brilliant minds that are here today. My name is Isaac Chab, and I'd like to take this opportunity and share with you guys my story and my plan of establishing a positive social impact. I'm an author and a poet, more overall, a change activist. I'm from a community of Mamelodi where there's great potential, but there are very few who activate it. I believe it's a nation that has been misguided more often, and that is why I was inspired to write a book that is titled What Matters. This book is exploring on a range of concepts, including the biopsychosocial model, taking a holistic approach to the overall well-being of an individual in order to inspire a productive and a progressive life. Since 2020, I've been reading a lot of books, and I've learned so much that I started teaching the people around me the concept that I've been learning about, and I was appreciated for that. But then I thought that what if I did this on a large scale by writing a book? Now, the plan is to get a database of all the NPOs in Mamelodi and share this book with them. After having created simpler modules and more engaging activities and practical exercises for the enrollers. That way, the book can reach a large number of the youth and consequently positively impact their lives. All the concepts that I had to learn in order to grow myself into a person of value are all included in this book. Now, sharing it with the youth in my community will likely grant them better opportunities.
Thanks, YUCI. Thanks, Isaac.
My name is Moses Mugele, and I was born and bred rough, tough, and strong by a single mother from a poor background with very less privileges than most of my peers. I started working and serving my community while in primary school. Then I became an orphan when I lost my beloved mother in 2008, a year after I had received news from a relative that my father had passed on wherever he was. Then later in life, I experienced tremendous transformation when I got adopted by an amazing and loving new family, which I'm still a part of to date. I do what I do, which is inspirational and motivational public speaking, mentorship and life coaching, community mindset development and transformation projects, relevant and helpful information dissemination to the people around me, and building of long-lasting and meaningful relationships because of 4 main reasons. First of all, because I love people and I'm highly passionate about better human transformation. Secondly, being because at many different points in my life, I also benefited from and got helped develop and transform by many people who operated in such initiatives. And so I've fully committed myself to carry this impact baton forward. Thirdly, being because seeing smiles on the luminous faces of those I've impacted every day gives me more fuel and grit to continue. And finally, because I have two amazing and beautiful sons to whom I want to be the best role model ever. I call myself a social change maker and entrepreneur because as a go-getter, community servant leader, change maker, and entrepreneur, I intentionally pioneer and initiate the better change I want to see in the lives of the people around me. My business model is aimed at 4 directions, and that is making spiritual impact, economic impact, social impact, and environmental impact. My plans for the future are simply to connect with other entrepreneurs and change makers with different skill sets and operations than mine to collaborate with so that we can all enlarge our territories and expand our reach and make an even greater positive impact, real life impact.
Please, come on, Nongshu, give us a word or two. Thank you so much for that incredible video and sharing your story. Right, next video, please, YUCI.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria Masha and I am a visual artist based in the community of Mamelodi in Pretoria, South Africa. I am a creative entrepreneur with a passion for creating positive change in society. I have been running a company called Who Art and project managing art programs since 2018. I come from a community where poverty and neglect lead our youth down a path where they give up on themselves and give up on hope in creating a life of prosperity. Children and young people easily gravitate towards the arts, and I create programs that exposes them to opportunities that they can pursue in the creative sector while encouraging them to value education. I call myself a social change maker because that is what is at the heart of the products I produce, the services I provide, and the programs that I create or become a part of. My main clients have been early childhood development centers, NPOs that engage in projects that have a lasting positive change in community, and companies that are run by social entrepreneurs. Who Art's basic business model basically consists of creating art that tells the story of where I come from and exhibiting and selling it in the art industry. Providing visual art programs and services to organizations in communities that use these offerings to better serve the end user, which is the community member. Big projects such as murals and organizing exhibitions lead me to hire people in my community and go on a journey of creating change in society. My plans for the future involve turning Who Art creative kids into a youth incubation program and teaching them how to tell their story and heal certain wounds through art. Workshop them into thinking like entrepreneurs, provide them with life coaching and give them tools to deal with mental health issues and expose them to opportunities available to them to pursue higher education and work opportunities anywhere around the world by introducing them to organizations that can make this happen.
So I don't know about you guys, but there is me goosebumps. Yeah. Maria is in the room with us.
Maria, I thought there was something wrong with the video, but it's actually they edited the part out, so I'm happy with the video. If anybody wants to collaborate,
He's
still here, he's just
okay. Yeah, so like keep making a positive change. If you wanna if you really want to make an impact, you must start them young. So that's what I do. So I just want to give them the tools. I get them through art, and then when they're interested in the art, I then, introduce them to education and think like it's and helping them with, mental health issues so that they can become better productive.
Thanks, Yuki.
My name is Ntsikelelo Mzibomvu. I'm a visual artist and an author, a speaker and a social activist. I've basically started my journey around 2010, trying to help young people, matriculants particularly from the township, with understanding their environment and how to overcome it, just the external and internal environment. And then went on to publish some books within the space. The latest book that I have around personal development is Reimagining Myself. And then I also have an art book called The Path to Great Joy, which is also a semi-art book, coffee table book, and a semi-personal development book tackling the issue of toxic masculinity. I'm an activist for men's issues, modern masculinity, and the challenges that men face, including mental health and also fatherhood. As a visual artist, my work is around fatherhood and men's issues, men's mental health, and so forth. And I'm basically calling out for us to actually have a closer look at how we raise boys into being men, how we condition them, and also, subsequently, how we let them down as a society by not actually building an environment for men to thrive, particularly in this country, black men. Part of the things I've done in my activism is take a walk from Johannesburg to Durban, which we did last year, trying to raise also, awareness around GBV and raising school shoes for kids who walk to school without their shoes. As a host, I've hosted a podcast and a platform, a Courageous Conversations platform called Conversations Over Coffee and Art, which was hosted at Melrose Arch at Starbucks. And I've worked with numerous organizations within the process. I look forward to doing a lot more social impact work, and thank you for taking your time.
Gentlemen, the whole day sitting in the front. So now I know. Ntsikelelo, welcome. Is there anything you'd like to share? That's amazing. That is an incredible video. Thank you very much for sharing that. A very big part of our societal challenges is how do we create inclusion in difficult conversations without excluding? And we know that that's very much happening with the focus on the girl child at the risk of excluding the boy child. We need to be able to do it holistically with both. So I really love what you were sharing there and what you're doing. Anything you want to share from your side, or anybody with questions for Ntsikelelo? Yes, fellow.
That beautiful artwork, powerful artwork.
Another collaboration on the way. I see a social impact Africa change makers art exhibition happening in global. Yeah, picture somewhere. Any of you seeing it with me? Thank you kindly. Lovely. Fantastic. Anyone else? Anything from your side? Are you going to be like Moses and say very, very little, but at least a little?
No, I just want to say it's an honor to be part of this group of very dynamic people. I guess I've just been taking in the whole day, and I appreciate everything that everyone is doing, because without us, South Africa will never become a better place. And we continue to encourage each other. We continue to stand firm in what we believe in, and let's be the change that we want to see in the world.
So much for that. Thank you, Yuki.
Teachers Farm is unique with the opportunity in Liberia given to teachers to improve their teaching and learning skills.
so far. They're here to prepare you for tomorrow.
The 21st century learning in the classroom, it helps us to be able to identify problems and solve them. So as we go out into the society, it would not be so difficult, it's so strict. Come together and be able to share their experiences from the classroom, different experiences. They are able to share ideas and we are able to learn from one another.
Great. Hi, I'm Alain Alfonso Cisse, and I'm a team member of Teachers Forum. I'm glad to be here at Teachers Forum, and I'm encouraging you out there to please join us by liking our page. It's on Facebook. All you need to do is to type in Teachers Forum, and you will have an opportunity to join us. And like the page, follow our events in order for us to be able to reach you with all of the different contents and information that we have for teachers out there.
Maybe just a little bit about being based out of Liberia. Next one, please, YUCI.
My name is Robert van der Feest. I am the Executive Director of Narcan on Drug Education. I'm here in the Karoo with my friend Diamond. And there's my Narcan on car, my drug prevention car. And we're on our way to Cape Town. So I just wanted to introduce myself very quickly. I've been doing drug prevention programs at schools for the last 24 years. And my purpose is to get the youth to understand, cars. And I forgot to do this video before, so I have to do it quickly. Because so many people take drugs now, and unfortunately a person can take drugs and think they've just found the answers to everything because they feel so amazing and everybody wants to feel amazing. But as we all know, drugs come at a price and they have side effects, and a person ends up in a worse condition than they did before drugs, and they have more problems than they had before. So my purpose is to get the youth to understand that, and then the other thing is, well, how can one make life better without drugs? Because the truth is, all drugs can do is artificially bring out a different side of us, which is who we are anyway. And my other purpose is to educate people on how to make life better for real, because that's what everybody wants. So that's who I am, and thank you very much for having me here, and I'll speak to you all later.
Thanks, YUCI. Next one, please.
The Amor Foundation was founded as my way of dealing with my grief, but it's become so much bigger than this. Seeing the difference even the smallest act of kindness can make. This has become a movement beyond just one person. The passion has spread and multiplied. Those we helped in our first year are now paying it forward and helping others. Through education, fun days, magical shows, and once-in-a-lifetime experiences, we have brought a newfound sense of Ubuntu in our country. I'm overjoyed with all the success stories. My love and joy has been restored and irradiates to shine on the face.
Thanks. Is that one from Tiffany? Yeah, thank you very much. Are you around? Next one, please, YUCI.
I'm the co-founder and editor of Disability Newspaper. Disability Newspaper is a non-profit entity that was formed in South Africa to address positivity in the disability space. My everyday job is just to find programs and linkages and partnerships that seek to empower people with disabilities in any field. I call myself an entrepreneur because we have over the years brought about a lot of empowering in the space of job employment, linkages into the arts world, linkages into business, and training a lot of persons so that they can be included in the socio-economic platforms of communities. Our business model is based on speaking to corporates and government just to add to their Black economic empowerment targets. We seek to include disadvantaged people, which include disability, so that we can train in different aspects of disability management, plus empowering topics or issues to be addressed. This helps corporates and government achieve their targets because we do the work on their behalf. So basically, the partnerships helps us to form the business side of our entity. For the future, we need to go into Africa and beyond to look at how we can increase our readership, our targets in languages, as well as in geographical spaces. The entity has already trained disability management and basic journalism in Southern Africa with partnership with other organizations in 7 other countries that surround South Africa. We are looking to empower people with disabilities, especially youth, so that they can raise a voice of advocacy and be included in many aspects of the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that video, Simon. Simon is here with us. Please feel free to engage and share anything further. And if anyone has a question.
Sorry, hi everybody. Basically, as a multimedia media company, we thought, how do we make change at the grassroots level? So we actually mainstream disability at any level. So partnership from ECD, from, like I said, socio-economic viewpoint. We have a program with Media 24, which trains 10 youth with disabilities every year to write their own narratives. But the value aid is, how do we leverage from the SASA grant to something meaningful? So for writing one story a month, we pay them 5,000 grant, including the mentorship, including obviously the means for them to access this content. So it's one of the projects, but throughout every social fabric or business fabric of any economy, mainstreaming is quite needed for youth with disabilities, all persons with disability, be it sport, be it art, like I said, the business, any platform. So the linkages are endless. And this is where we try to be in this space. Thank you.
Before our very special guests run away, we just want to call the 3 ladies to the front from the Royal Bafokeng tribe. These ladies, we just want to say thank you so much for traveling to come and visit you. Really at the front, don't be shy. I'd like to ask you for a word or two. Please don't be shy. Just maybe refill a word or two for our room. How was your experience today? What excites you about this, and what are you taking home from the summit today?
Okay, we are so privileged to be here. I think it was the right time, the right position to be here today. Because what we have learned here, we take it back home, because currently we are busy trying to make sure that we sustain our NGOs. At the Royal Bafokeng administration, we have tried to collect our database regarding the NGO space, and then we do also have the corporate database. So we have seen that to sustain our programs, we need to make sure that we introduce our social entrepreneur in the programs to make sure that there's a sustainability, because currently we have seen that most of the NGOs are mushrooming and dying. So people are in the space but don't have the background or the governing issues. A lot of problems, we need some training, but now we know where to start and how can we break that. And then partnership is very important, and networking is very important. So starting from now, we'll make sure that we have to partner and network with other entities to make sure that we continue with our mandate of community development and sustain our areas. Day one.
Yuki, we can go with the next video, please.
Right, lot of organizations that have become part of my life have made the person that I am, and working with people had made me who I am. So in short, I will just say it's a passion, because if you don't have the passion, and without the passion, you have to have a passion to develop the love of what you are doing.
So, are you a social change maker or an entrepreneur?
I will just say I'm a social change maker.
And why?
Because I've touched a lot of lives as abantu abasha, as within our communities, you know, with Ibachaba Dichaba, and also I'm an influencer, you know, because if currently you come to my kasi or my community and ask for who the CEO, everyone knows the CEO, Tabang Dichaba.
So, what are your future plans for the organization?
Or for the organization, Ebachaba Dichaba, our future plans is to have the foundation, have our own big office, and have AMA branches across 9 provinces, and hire young people to volunteer and work for Bachaba Dichaba. So now we will have spelling bee indigenous starting from June, July up until September. And our program that we're going to host, it's called Teach a Boy to Fight Men's Battle. No me. I thank you.
I come. Mommy's in the room with us today. I'm very specifically highlighting who's in the room because sometimes we don't realize it. And what's so beautiful when you hear the story of the person presenting, you go, wow. And then you say, oh, I've been sitting next to you. Okay, thanks, Yuki. Next one, please.
I am a change maker. My name is Yael Jacobson. I'm 47 years old and I've always tried to make a difference in the lives of others. In August 2022, I was lucky enough to join the Mamelodi Initiative, MI. From day one, I believed I would change lives. In the few months that I have been there, I have accomplished many different things and most definitely changed lives. In collaboration with MI and iWorks, a branch of Workforce Holding, it gave MI students the much needed gift of sight. How can you learn if you cannot see? To enable students, an optometrist conducted an eye test on the school grounds of Lechablile Secondary School for 250 students. They allocated a budget of R500,000 to the initiative. This gave students the option of 200 brand new pairs of spectacle frames to choose from, which were created and distributed to the pupils.
Well done.
Hi everyone, greetings from Virginia. It's a very cold and windy day here today, but that really reminds me of the winds of change that are sweeping our planet nowadays. And I'm Vyoma Nupur. I am a digital creator, an author, writer, and a podcaster of the Perfectly Imperfect podcast. And good morning to all of you, good evening to wherever you are in this beautiful world. And about me, you know, I have been a writer and author since my childhood, and growing up, I grew up on a mix of beautiful tales, fantasy tales from different cultures. And that has really shaped me into the writer that I am now. And I recently published a book called Be Perfectly Imperfect, which is about finding joy, hope, restoration, peace, motivation, and productivity in our lives during these challenging times of the pandemic. This world is so beautiful. Look at the flowers behind me. And these flowers can definitely be nurtured within our own hearts. And this is what my book is about. And as a writer, you know, the greatest social impact that I can make is through my words, through my feelings that pour onto the paper, and which can provide fortitude and nurturance, peace, joy to anyone who reads my book. And in fact, that is the greatest intention I've always had. Similarly, as a podcaster of the Perfectly Imperfect podcast, I have had the most beautiful honor to be able to interview some of the greatest minds of this planet, some of the greatest healers, alchemists, thought leaders, authors, and those, in the arena of meditation and spirituality. Because today, this world already has a lot of businessmen and women, already has a lot of, action that is at the very superficial level. But we know we need more of writers, we need more of thought leaders, we need more of game changers and social changers. And that is where I know that Social Impact Africa comes in. So, I'm really very blessed to be part of this movement with all of you as social change maker. Over the next 6 months to 1 year, I'm writing my next book, and I'm also starting my podcast in video format called the Be Perfectly Imperfect Broadcast 2.0. And I invite each and every one of you to connect with me on Facebook and to tell me your story and be a guest on my podcast in the future. And so, I'm really delighted that I had this opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you very much. This is Vyoma from Virginia. Goodbye.
Yes.
Yoma, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, the beanie. It's the beanie. Please.
I am there.
Oh, there you are. Please say hello to us.
Hi.
Any other words from your side, Vyoma?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I am absolutely blown by the amount of entrepreneurship, the creativity that I saw today among South African entrepreneurs. And this is a major eye-opener for me because, in the United States also we have similar programs and similar people. But, as I'm also part of the corporate world in one way, since my daytime job is in marketing in a telecom company, and at the same time, I do my writing, my podcasting separately from that. I understand, having my foot in both the worlds, that there is a need that all these great, brilliant, creative people that I saw today should be, sponsored more and more by the corporate world, so that all of these ideas can become really, come to fruit in a very creative way without any, deficiency of resources. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Vyoma. Thank you for your offer. We'll certainly, see whatever comes through. Maybe people might connect to Social Impact Africa. But I'm looking forward to checking out your podcast as well. I think it's such an incredible resource that's come out of the digital age, so to say, where we can share stories across the world, where we can showcase stories across the world, and we can learn from stories across the world. So I'm very excited to meet you. Thank you so much for being with us and being so patient. We didn't see your name on the screen. That's why I didn't know, but I see you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Awesome. YUCI, anything else for us? I think I remember there being 17, maybe.
No, ma'am. Everything finished.
Just want to do a little highlight because I'm sure we had Dipankar scheduled on our program. If somebody can catch Radhika's attention, maybe, I'm not sure what's happening there. Dipankar is from India and he has designed over 50 innovations in his community. Literally a graduate of engineering, went back into his community and started looking around. Like everybody's story, what is the problem in the world? And he started to design things, all kinds of interesting things to solve a problem. He's sitting now at, I think, 50 innovations. So for me, when I started my journey in social entrepreneurship around 2014, 2015, I immediately recognized in my head that India is the home of social entrepreneurship. And I'm like, that's where I need to go for at least a year of my life at some point. But I was really excited for listening and hearing about Dipankar's story because India's got a massive similarity to it. And that is a lot of if that's the one thing we have in common between that continent and our continent is that they are people who and so solutions are tenfold, but so are problems and so are opportunities. And India really, if you want to take back anything today out of some of this, where you want to kind of engage and indulge yourself into knowledge around social entrepreneurship, please go and Google social entrepreneurship India. You're going to see pages and pages
people that are ordinary people finding everyday solutions to big problems in their space. And I was really hoping that we were going to have the Anka on to just share some of this stuff. Anybody give over, Monica?
She said that there was nothing.
Okay, all good, all good. If we do come across something, then we will share it once again in our social media spaces. But thanks for being with us as well, Dipankar.
Peterson. And I'm Lebahang Adams. And we are Panda Digital, the medium you need to reach your customers. Panda Digital is a client-focused company that strives to achieve its clients' objectives with precision and diligence. The services that we provide include email marketing, SMS marketing, website creation, content creation, social media management, social media marketing, in-depth market research, and marketing solutions. We are Panda Digital, the medium you need to reach your customers.
How did it feel making your first video for a showcase?
It was nerve-wracking, but collaboration just the way.
You've done a great job. Thank you so much. So between themselves and Aaron, who's here with us, Aaron's come on board literally yesterday. Winnie's daughter, she helps her run the shop at the Upcycle shop. She's completed her degree in digital design, graphic design, and she wanted to capture some photos. So we put the two of them together for the next 2 days, and they'll be collaborating, creating our content. So what we love is organic. You know, when you have a plan, but you stay open because the plan is just there as a guide. We didn't think we'd have a second person in to join the guys. And so here's a collaboration happening between digital and social media. For me, that's now. All right. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you so much. You guys are far away, but very close at heart. Thank you so much for your assistance.
Yes, ma'am. It was very nice interacting and observing the session. We got a lot of knowledge, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.